Good morning, everyone. We're here in the Budget and Finance Committee room. It's just me, Delegate Slater. I believe we have Delegate Claw on the line. Good morning. But we're going to wait for more Budget and Finance Committee members to join. Thank you.
Good morning, Peggy. Chair Slater.
Good morning. Could you identify yourself, please, caller and Calling user one.
This is Lamardo.
Oh, okay, ja też jest.
Good morning. Francis Schoberg from Navajo Department of Justice Economic Development Unit is also on the line.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us for our Budget and Finance Committee meeting. We haven't started yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Morning, colleagues. I think we have Delegate Damon, Delegate Azar, and myself on the line. We need at least one more for a quorum. We'll only do wait at least 5 more minutes for a quorum. That'll be 10:15. Beyond that, we could potentially do reports to start off, but I'd take guidance from the committee on whether we would do that. So think about that, and at 10:15 we'll decide.
So she's going to share from her.
No, I don't. Good morning, everyone who's called into the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Today is April 11th. It's now 10:13 a.m. My name is Carl Slater. I'm the Vice Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. We have a few members who have had to travel for business today or some prior days, and they're calling into today's meeting. But I believe we now have Chair Shandeen Parrish, we have Delegate Seth Damon, and Delegate Lamardo Azred on the line. In order to accomplish a quorum of the committee, we need 4 members. So with myself, that's 4. And I'm going to call the meeting to order and request a roll call from Ms. Nelson.
Sure, sure. Okay, the roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Nomination Council, April 11, 2023, special meeting. Mardo Aseret,
Present.
thank you. Norman M. Begay. Honorable Norman M. Begay. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty. Honorable Seth Damon.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Seth Damon is present. Honorable Shandeen Parrish.
Good morning, I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Shandeen Parrish is present. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Norman M. Begay. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members present upon roll call, 2 members not entering. Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Vice Chair, this is Delegate Otto, so I'm on the line too. Thank you.
I got Dave Scottish. Good morning. Do we still have Delegate Claude on the line?
I am here, Vice Chair Slater. Thank you.
Lady Shinley,
Yes, sir.
would you, with my obvious bias towards central agency, would you like to provide the invocation this morning, Delegate Claw?
Yes, sir. I will be more than happy to do that. Yad Eshik Edo Shijane. Ado Atashi Edel Sistole. She Shana and Claude Shijane. Ado Adan Slinigi Aya Hawasan and the Slido. Twitch eating a bashichin, Kachine, the Shichado, Ani the Shanella. Quit Mado Assange. Ado Yat Ebene in the day Shnis. Ado Ku Alaj Satahigi Shanella. Delegate Slater, Dokun Shanand Ani Linigi, Honorable Madam Chair Shandine Perry, Yate, the honorable colleagues of Budget and Finance Committee, Ado Kunde, other delegates of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, good morning. Ado Nahanal Nishigisto legislative staff that is helping BNF, and then also our legislative council, Yat and Dishnidole, Ado Ade Asunos Igisto Yat Ebene. And on behalf of the committee here, I would like to offer a prayer to start us off. I see the agenda is fully packed today with many legislations, and some of them are those that I have looked at as far as like our students. So I do see a lot that we have on the agenda, and I'm very thankful for the Budget and Finance for leading our committee as far as the funding. So with that in mind, I'll go ahead and say a prayer. Hajodo like what Shamana Hassan do quite should quite yin lini dian joba auto cool de hinan nation linigi a niswando do like quite dian the net auto cool de based on linigi chitasil ito le mjona go dole de Washington na hajin but dole auto cool de nihik a nihit net benel ni dole Fala a cool na nish nahat api igi a benel ni dole Ado Kode Nant Ani Elanja Satahigi Nihe Madam Chair do Vice Chair Ado Aastroje Bisnash Nishigi A Benashni Dole Ado Khala A Kode Jonagi Chida Nidzen a job but beats a lahigi Ado Kode Nihik A Benecha A Danit Ado Kode Nal Sos Kode this is Ja Do Kode Yat Ehigit A Jonago Nahanal Nishole, Ado Kude, Nihit Yastkitole, Sad Linigi, Ein Jonago beats a ladole, Equit A Yat Ehigi, the needs and do Kude, the ne bis a hit the nil Nishtole. Oko Equit Ein Jonago Ebe Hastidole. Oko Alskonje A, the Nebekea, Jonago A Banal Nishtole. Ako Jonago, Equit A Tourism, Be Hastidole. Nana nihitidole. Ado kode nihimana hastan e baka o yigato. E njonago e nahitidole. Equit a sisna jine. Dok o sli de bensa chol e zitna o defi. A atkoje e bene lidole. Njonago e quit tourism e bene lidole. Jona has clean, so dishne. Jona has clean, Jona has clean, Jona has clean, Jona has clean. Yeah, Otto, back to you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair.
Chanel, thank you very much for the prayer. Thank you to everyone who's joined us in person and on the line. We do have a couple of colleagues who are not in the committee who have joined us, and thank you, Delegate So and Delegate Claw, for joining us. Is there anyone else who's coming, Delegate West? Oh, and we now have Delegate Norman Begay, a member of the committee, is present here in the committee room. Number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Ms. Knockback, can you read the agenda into the proposed agenda into the record?
This is the proposed agenda of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Nomination Council, April 11, 2026, a special meeting via teleconference and in person. Presiding is Shandine Parrish, Chairperson, Carl R. Slater, Vice Chairperson, place Budget and Finance Finance Committee conference room window off navigation. One, call the meeting to order, the roll call the invitation. Two, recognize guests and visiting officials. Three, review and adopt the agenda. Four, review and adopt the journals. There is one journal, March 21st, 2023. Five, receive reports. Eight, recommendations to amend the eligibility process. Presenters, Cordell Shorty, Contracting Officer, Management and Budget, and Mel Rhodes, Assistant Attorney General, Tax Unit, Department of Justice. B, analysis, state small business credit initiative, presenters Jeremy Jenney, Investment Manager, Investment Section, Office of the Controller. C is PTF, 5-year plan, Shiprock Hotel and Restaurant. Presenter is Stan Sapp, CEO, Navajo Hospitality Enterprise. D is Public Safety Judicial Facilities, ARA funds. CAT, presenters Dolores Reyes, Director, Corrections Division of Public Safety. 6 old business, 7 new business. A, legislation number 0050-23. B, legislation number 0056-23. C, legislation number 0057-23. D, legislation number 0058-23. E, legislation number 0059-23. F, legislation number 0060-23. G, scheduling a work session with DED on certain BTS citizen projects. H, scheduling a work session on the procurement code. Close of the session and announcements adjourned.
Thank you, Ms. Malkai. The Vice Chair will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Committee members?
A motion.
We have a second.
Second.
The Vice Chair recognizes a motion from Chair Parrish, and a second from Delegate Azareth. Committee members, are there any additions, deletions, or comments on the agenda?
Good morning, this is Delegate Nez. I have a question.
Thank you, Delegate Nez, for joining us. Committee members, I haven't heard anything, so I'll recognize Delegate Nez for a moment. Delegate Nez, yes?
Hi, good morning, Vice Chair Slater, as well as the committee members and everyone in the room. I just have a quick question of clarity, and this may go to legal counsel. However, there is a legislation that comes before the Budget and Finance Committee. It includes the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. However, in the legislation, it identifies HES before BNF, with the intention that we were going to conduct our meeting before BNF. However, we have a special meeting that may be approved for tomorrow. And since BNF is meeting now, I don't know if it's possible or permissible to add the legislation now since it becomes before BNF. Otherwise, if the language is HES and then BNF, then I respect that as well. But I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Nez. A message from Delegate Crotty. She's on the line as well. Shema, for joining us. Delegate Nez, that's something that generally you need to work out with the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Speaker prior to committee meetings, and not. So the Speaker under the code is the one who makes the final committee assignments, and in order to change the order of the committee assignments or say that they're flexible and that they don't need to be heard in a specific order, the Speaker needs to issue that determination. So you'd have to work with the Speaker or the Speaker pro tem to make that work. And it's not something that can be done within the authority of this committee or you by yourself. So please work with the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Speaker to make that happen, if that's what you desire. And then you can email or text us if something happens while this meeting is taking place. And I would work with a committee member to get it on the agenda, because they'd have to motion to suspend the floor rules to add it onto the agenda. And, that would require a 2/3 vote. Thank you, Delegate Nez. Committee members, are there any further discussion items on the agenda? Hearing none, Ms. Nelson, can you please do the roll call vote on adoption of the agenda?
Sure, Vice Chairman. Roll call vote.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Delegate Crowdy, you recognized?
I appreciate it. Thank you, Jazz, and I apologize for calling in a bit late. I just want to make sure, do we have any amendments to add or delete items off of the agenda?
I just did a few calls for that before Delegate Nez and then after Delegate Nez spoke, and no one had said that they wanted to add or delete anything.
Thank you, Vice Chair. May I ask our advisor, Ms. Nakai, are there any legislations that need to be added onto the agenda that is set to move forward to Navigatia and Council? Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Amber, there is one, it's legislation 0045-23, and it's an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and the committees, approving and authorizing the mutual aid intergovernmental agreement between the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety, Navajo Police Department, and the City of Page, Arizona. And that's the only.
Thank you. Vice Chair, if I could make a motion to add that legislation onto our agenda. Thank you.
Would you like it to be a new item G, Delegate Crowdy? Or where would you like it on the agenda?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, she said yes. Committee members, is there a second to the motion?
I second.
Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Crowdy, a second from Chair Parrish to amend the agenda to add legislation 004523. Ms. Nakai just read the title into the record. Committee members, any discussion on the amendment?
Vice Chair Slater, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Delegate Crowdy?
Thank you. If I could modify my motion to that we could move to the legislation first and then receive the report.
Chair Parrish, do you consent to the modification?
I concur.
Committee members, the motion stands that we'll do two things with the motion. We will add legislation 4523 to the end of new business, and well, to the end of the legislation portion of new business. It'll be prior to the scheduling of work sessions. And then also move item 7, new business, and swap it out with item 5, receive reports. Is there any discussion on?
I have a question.
Chair Parrish, yes?
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Regarding Dr. Andy Nez, Delegate Dr. Andy Nez's legislation, I don't have it in front of me, but is there any legislation before Budget and Finance today that has not gone before a committee? The order that the committees are listed on the legislation is it not following the protocol that's listed on the legislation? And if there is a prior committee that has not met, that needs consideration before it comes to Budget and Finance, I'd like to ask the motioning party if we can remove or defer the legislation to the next Budget and Finance Committee.
They all have committee reports, right? Yeah.
Madam Chair, all of the legislations that are on the agenda as printed today, they all begin with Budget and Finance being the first assigned committee.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Any further discussion, colleagues? Okay.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate
Yes,
Crotty.
Delegate Crowdy, you recognized?
I have one more request, Vice Chair. Are there any items on our agenda that could move forward as a consent agenda?
Well, traditionally, items that would be available for consent agenda inclusion are ones that were listed on the posted agenda. At the nominating committee level, there has been precedent set that items that were voted upon, added to the agenda, could then be included in a consent schedule thereafter. So it's at the discretion of the committee as to which protocol they would like to follow. But for items, and I'm gonna say 7 because that's what it looks like on the agenda, and your amendment, if that passes, it will be 5. Items 7A through F theoretically, are consistent with the way the law or the rules are written for eligibility on a consent schedule. All of them, budget and finance is not the final authority, and so they would move on to their next committee. So, Delegate Karate, it's, the ball is in the committee's court on what they would like to include in the consent schedule. Well, this is still a discussion item.
Vice Chair, thank you. I appreciate that. I'd like to stick with what was posted for 24 hours on the agenda. So that wouldn't, so what I'll do is I will pause, and if we could just move forward with this first amendment and see how if the committee agrees, and then I could if you could help me with a conversation about creating a consent agenda with the items that were on the 24 hour posted agenda notice. So I'll move forward with the motion to add the legislation and to add legislation before the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Crotty. Any further discussion on Amendment 1? Amendment 1 is going to add legislation 4523, and then it is going to substitute 7 and 5. So we're going to do new business prior to receiving reports. Delegate Brigade? Good? Okay, committee members, we're going to move to a roll call vote. Ms. Nelson, can you please vote on amendment, or do a vote on Amendment 1?
Sure, Vice Chairman. Roll call vote on amendment number 1. Honorable Mardo Esseret, how do you vote?
Red.
Thank you. Honorable Mardo Esseret votes red. Honorable Norman Mbagay, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Norman Mbagay votes green.
No, red.
Oh, I'm sorry, red. Honorable Norman Mbagay votes red. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
I muted myself. I apologize. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Shantine Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shantine Parrish votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members opposing. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you very much. Committee members, Amendment 1 passes, so 7 is now 5. And we've added legislation 4523, not 22, to the end of the legislation portion of new business. Committee members, there was a request from Delegate Crotty to consider a consent schedule, and so the floor is open to discuss that item.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So my amendment number 2 is to create a consent agenda. In looking at the items and recognizing the vote on the first motion, I'd want to open it up to just have a consent agenda for new business, letter A, legislation 0050-23 regarding the chapter summer youth program, and a consent to add to the consent agenda 7, new business, letter B, legislation 0056-21, approving the use of Title 4E funds by the Navajo Division of Social Services. And new business item letter E, legislation 0059-23, extending the reversion for Navajo Technical University. I would ask my colleagues at this point if there's any other items they wanted to add to the consent or to remove. I'm open to either option. Just trying to assist the committee. Thank you, Vice Chair. That's my motion.
I need like a remote,
Yeah, just.
so you can just keep doing your job. Thank you, Delegate Crotty. Committee members, the chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Crotty for legislation numbers 50-23, 56-23, 57-23, and 59-23 to be included in the consent schedule. Is there a second? Delegate Crotty did describe the legislations, but I can also ask Ms. Nakai to read the titles into the record, or I can read them if you want, committee members. Do you have it?
Vice Chair, that's okay. If there's no second, I'll withdraw my motion and we could just move forward with the legislation. Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Crotty withdraws her amendment motion. Committee members, is there any further discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, Ms. Nakai, can you please read the revisions to the agenda and then move to a vote? Ms. Nelson.
Okay, thank you. The amendment 1 to adoption of the agenda is to consider the 7 new business first. And then add as item G, legislation number 0045-23. That's the second reading.
Thank you. Ms. Nelson, can you do a vote on the adoption of the agenda as revised?
Yes, Vice Chairman, the vote on the agenda. Honorable Mardo Esseret, how do you vote?
Red.
Thank you. Honorable Mardo Esseret votes red. Honorable Norman M. Gay, how do you vote?
Red.
Thank you. Honorable Norman M. Gay votes red. Honorable Seth Bayman, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Seth Bayman votes green. Honorable Body, how do you vote?
For the
This
delegates,
is Delegate.
so that
I'll
they
vote green.
can get a picture. It's not really like an official. What they do is they just at the
You're muted.
base,
There's a
once
lot of
you sign.
discussion going on in the background. Okay, please continue.
Okay, Honorable Amber Knessbach-Crotty, how do you vote?
I shouted, this is Delegate Amber Kingsley-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Knessbach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Charlene Parrish, how do you vote?
Good morning, everybody. I am looking at legislation 006223 on the DIBS website, and it says that legislation 006223 is an action relating to health, education, human services, and then it goes to budget and finance.
That legislation is not on our agenda, Chair.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I look at the wrong one. I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Charlene Parrish votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members opposing, Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Committee members, we have an adopted agenda. We'll move to item 4, review and adopt the journals, March 21st, 2023. The chair will entertain a motion to adopt the journals. Could take a break to read them.
Be here, or he can get on the phone.
No, I was looking at you for a motion.
Let the caller do the motion.
And you
Motion second by Damon.
you charge the state.
Okay, we have a motion from Delegate Damon. Is there a second, committee members?
Vice Chair, this is Mardo. Second.
Thank you very much, Delegate Azeret. We have a motion from Delegate Damon and a second from Delegate Azeret to adopt the journals from March 21st, 2023. Committee members, any discussion or comments on the journal? Discussion going twice. Okay, Ms. Nelson, can you please do a vote on the adoption of the journals from March 21st, 2023?
Yes, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the adoption of the journal. Honorable Marlo Esseret, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Marlo Esseret votes green. Honorable Norman M. Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Norman M. Begay votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Mont Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Mont Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Shantine Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shantine Parrish votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Mont Crotty, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Cardia, vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Mont Crotty votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much. Committee members, will move on to the revised 5 new business. The first item is legislation number 005023, an action relating to the budget and finance, resource and development, health, education, and human services, and the committees and the nomination council approving $2 million from the unreserved undesignated fund balance, the UFB, for the 110 chapter summer 2023 youth employment programs, waiving 12 NNC subsection 820E and section 820F, section 820J, and section 820L to allow use of UUFB funds for recurring chapter expenses, sponsored by Delegate Seth Damon. Committee members, do we have a motion?
I motion.
Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Parrish, from Chair Parrish.
Second, Delegate Cardi.
Okay. Committee members, is there discussion? The Vice Chair recognizes the second from Delegate Crotty. Is there any discussion on legislation 5023?
Vice Chair Slater, I'd like to know what the allocations are for legislation.
Okay. Delegate Damon, you may proceed with your presentation of the legislation.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Slater. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair, our Pro Tem Chair today, and then also colleagues, members of the Budget and Finance Committee staff. Good morning, and then good morning to all the listeners that are there in the Budget and Finance Committee room, and then everybody that's online listening in, and not only my colleagues, but everybody that are all inside and outside of the Four Sacred Mountains this morning. As Vice Chair alluded to, this legislation 0050-23 is brought before the Budget and Finance Committee this morning, and then ultimately goes to the Resource and Development Committee, then Health, Education, Human Services, then NABI, and then ultimately gets back to the Navajo Nation Council. If you see, colleagues, this is an appropriation to help assist our summer youth employment there at the local chapter areas. And in here, there's specifics to $2 million that's allocated to 110 chapters. And this will be for the summer of 2023, moving forward into additional. I know that some chapters don't utilize a majority or don't utilize some funds during the summer, but it's allocated to outside of the summer youth too as well. If they're coming back from fall break or even in Christmas break, some students at chapters are employed there. This gives an opportunity for our youth to work through the summer program. And it helps, again, as I have been a recipient of this probably 25 years ago. And historically, I think a lot of us, maybe if not know at least somebody who has been a recipient of this program that's helped out at the local chapter and local community area. This is actually giving allocating $2 million on a 50-50 formula basis to all 110 chapters. And the allocation process was helped assist by the Office of Legislative Services, working together with the Office of the President and Vice President, and working together with OMB and the Controller's Office to get all the necessary documents required. If there's any specifics to the questions on allocations, I don't know if Madam Chair Parrish is wondering what the allocations are that are going to her chapters. I can pull that information up if there's specifics, but they are attached to the legislation. This is an allocation on the 50-50 formula that is utilizing the voter registration. And I utilized the most latest voter registration that was taken by the help and assistance from the Office of the Elections Office as of March 30th, Thursday, March 30th. And that was the most current voter registration to be utilized in this formula. So if there's any further specifics to the legislation, please let me know. But again, this usually is on an annual allocation. And I think what the Budget and Finance Committee should do is, if not, this should be appropriated on, we should take this into consideration to appropriate this in the annual general funds budget, if not as a fixed cost, but as something that we need to go ahead and move forward with to giving a new line item in the annual appropriation budget. But thank you again, colleagues. I really, if there's any specific questions, please let me know, and I look forward to having a further discussion. If not, I do have ordinance to go ahead and work together to try to get this before the summer session. I mean, before the spring session. If I can't get it in there, I know that there'll be a special request to have us an immediate follow up to a special session that probably most likely will happen in May, trying to get this allocated out to the chapters. So the chapters can utilize these services once the students get out into the summer break. That's usually starts in mid-May, end of May. So the chapters will be readily available to go ahead and hire our students, our summer youth employment workers. So again, thank you very much, committee members. And if there's any questions, I'll go ahead and ask the Pro Tem Chair to yield back to the floor and I'll answer those questions. Cap.
Thank you very much. Committee members, or Chair Parrish, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Committee members, any further discussion? Commissioner Toyce? 3 times. Ms. Nelson, can you please do a roll call vote on legislation 5023?
Yes, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on legislation number 005023. Honorable Marlo Essert, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Marlo Essert votes green. Honorable Norman Mbagay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Norman Mbagay votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbot-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knazbot-Crotty, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Amber Keenan-Zaka. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deja. Honorable Amber Knazbot-Crotty votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Shantine Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shantine Parrish votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much. Committee members, we're going to move to item B, legislation number 005623, an action relating to budget and finance, health, education, and human services, and non-CAOTIC committees, and the nomination council, approving the use of Title 40 funds by the Navajo Division of Social Services, sponsored by Delegate Andy Nez. Delegate Nez, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Motion by Damon.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Vice Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Damon and a second from Chair Parrish to consider legislation 5623. Committee members, do we have discussion on this agenda item?
Vice Chair Slater, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Delegate Crotty?
Yes, this item was on the proposed consent agenda. So I was expecting questions from the committee. But what I'll do is, if I could give time to Delegate Nez to provide an oversight on, or an overview, high-level overview of Title 4E as it supports our children who are in foster care, and how ICWA, the Indian Child Welfare Act, is currently in the Supreme Court, and the challenges that the nation has in terms of drawing down and creating a plan to enhance services for children in foster care. I'd like to get that high-level summary, and then what is the legislation proposing, how the Division of Social Services will be using this possible funding to make sure that not only we prevent our children into foster care, but we're providing cultural and supportive services, as we have, too many Navajo children in Hawan Hajone, Manuelito Child Home, up here at Child Haven, and other places. What then is the role to either find loving families, supportive families for our youngest relative, and then what is going to be the action for Navajo Nation to prioritize child advocacy efforts here in the nation? Thank you, Vice Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. Delegate Nez, you're recognized to begin your presentation.
Oh, great. Thank you. At this time, I would also like to call upon my agent. I understand and was informed that Mr. Eric is there at BNF, or perhaps he's online, but I just want to ensure that either if he's there to come up to the podium, or if he's online to also assist on clarifying any additional questions. So just very quickly, Mr. Eric, are you there? Oh, there he goes. And if I may just allow him to introduce himself for the record, and then I will commence with an overview and give him time to Mr. Eric to provide any additional areas that I may have missed.
You're recognized to present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Eric Yale. I'm the current Department Manager 3 for the Navajo Nation Department of Family Services. So we administer the Title 4E grant out of our department. And before I move on, I just want to introduce myself in that capacity. IEC Nishkala Nishla, Araga Hanani, and Ambashishin, Cheshire Tosi Nationala. So I'm honored to be here.
Great, thank you, Mr. Gale. And so to the information related to Kuroshima Yatachi delegate. So the Title 4E from with this program, the Division of Family Services, and then through the Division of Social Services, it allows for, in this case, the Navajo Nation to claim partial federal reimbursement for the costs of providing for foster care kids, as well as adoption assistant and kinship guardianship assistant. And this is when students and kids, our children, are in guardianship there within their own family and their own household. And so there are eligibility requirements. And to my understanding right now, the accrued amount is about 20 million. And so this would allow then the program to provide for monthly payments for eligible children, as well as funds for related case management activities, training, data collection, and other costs of program and administration. And when you look at the Title E funds and you look at the Indian Child Welfare Act, you see a lot of that support that is needed there for our kids, and this allowing the Division of Social Service to use their Title 4E funds on a reimbursement basis would actually enhance the Navajo child's well-being there in the system. And when you also look at what additional areas this can potentially support, you look at the child in incentives, as well as prevention with developing kids, as well as the training programs, procurement implementation, education, infrastructure developments, and then the reimbursement would also benefit the foster care adoption assistant guardianship programs there through the Department of Family Services. So you look at basically the overarching there with the foster adoption guardianship payments and allowable costs associated with training, which including the parents or the guardianship to provide that aid to our kids. As well as any referral service, preparation for and participation in judicial determination, the of a child, case management and supervision, licensing, data collection, and reporting. And on this one, I will work with the Division of Social Services to get account of actually how many of our children would be benefiting from these services, particularly across the Navajo Nation and abroad, and working as well on the indirect costs when it comes to supporting programs and operations there to provide the financial assistance, not only with staff or the information needed with data collection, but also when we look at the development of kids, our children in this program. And so following this, you will see another legislation on the fund management plan that the Division of Family Services and the Department of Social Services will be generating to give you a better understanding. So right now, I think the biggest thing is to allow the Division of Social Services to spend and use the Title 4E funds. And at this time, I will give an opportunity to Mr. Gale to further elaborate on any areas that may sense. Mr. Gale.
So the Title 4E funds are congressional funds appropriated through the Social Security Act, Title 4. Back in 2008, Congress passed legislation that allowed tribes access into this particular pot of money. So the Navajo Nation back in 2014 entered an agreement with the Department of Human Health and Services, specifically Administration for Children and Families through legislation 0378-13 that authorized the Division of Social Services to implement the Title 4E program. So since then, we have been accruing specific case management costs for eligible Title 4E children. And just as Dr. Nez had stated, today we have approximately $20 million sitting in the federal coffers. throughout the years, there was different attempts to draw down this particular pot of money, but as administrations change, the directions change. So right now, what we are proposing is for the Nation Council to legislate DSS to tap into these particular funds of money so that we can draw down and the division can see the benefits of it. Our primary interest is Navajo children currently living on the reservation. I've been on the job for roughly 5 weeks, but from past experience, I can tell you we have over 600 children that currently enter the foster care system through the Navajo Nation. These are children that are dependent by the Navajo Nation courts. So a good chunk of this money would go for maintenance of to support these children, whether they're in foster care homes, whether they're in kinship homes. It's the monthly allowance provided to their providers to support the ongoing care and costs associated with supporting these children in these particular homes. In addition to that, there's also infrastructure enhancements that can be made with this particular pot of money. Just as Dr. Nez explained, there's different ways that we're looking into using it, but the primary interest that the department has is to funnel this money back into the child welfare system to enhance and to improve the child welfare system. Delegate Crotty posed a question, how does ICWA play a role in this? So ICWA refers to children that are outside the Navajo Nation when they enter the state foster care system. Through this particular pot of money, the division can use these funds to provide support in terms of case management support, whether they need emergency assistance, whether they need clothing, and what have you. So there's a financial support that can be made to children that enter the foster care system within the state side. Another question that was posed is what services are available for children in foster care. If you look at attachment A in this particular legislation, there is a brief overview of how these funds can be used. So I would defer to that. The next question posed was what type of prevention efforts is the division going to engage in to prevent the entry or the re-entry into the foster care system. So this particular pot of money, when you read into how the intended usage is, it can be used to support infrastructure development. It can be used to support staffing. Right now, DFS, we are not at a capacity to really go out into the communities and engage in community outreach for prevention services. But the idea is through this program, through these funds, that we can create staffing positions specifically to go out into the communities and provide educational and prevention service support, whether it be community outreach, whether it be in-home parenting, whether it be group parenting, and so forth. So that is what I have so far.
Delegate Nez, do you have any further parts of your presentation? Do you have any more?
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. At this point, that will conclude our presentation. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you very much. Delegate Crotty, you're recognized for a question or comments.
Yeah, thank you, Siaj, Chair or Pro Tem Chair Slater. I appreciate the questions being answered, and I would request for Siaj, Mr. Gill, if you can provide your last data to my office, or if it's in the executive quarterly report, provide where that's identified in the last quarterly report when it comes to our children who are in the foster care system. And then what is the current number of our children who are in the ICWA or state systems? A concern is the requirement for enrollment eligibility, and going and stating that our current requirement of the 1/4 blood quantum is steeped in racial policies that do not reinforce our clan relations And I would want to know how many of our children are not being provided services because of those enrollment standards, which also includes discriminating against single mothers who do not have the father's name, or the father is added on for their clan recognition. So I think this is also a discussion as we increase our cultural awareness and integrity on the impact of our children. And then those children we should be claiming as they have clan ties to us and to Changing Women. Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. I have no further questions.
Committee members, any further comments or discussion? Delegate Nez and Mr. Gale, you're recognized to respond to Delegate Crowley's comments and questions.
Great, thank you. Chair Pro Tem Bear with the Finance. So I appreciate the question. I myself, prior to dropping the legislation, was in discussion with current appointed division director, Mr. Thomas Cody, on identifying the statistics as well. And I think Mr. Gale has identified and took note there of Honorable Crotty's question. If he has any direct comments related to that, or if there's a available document now, I'm happy to also feel free to give him that time, Mr. Gale.
So the number of children in the ICWA system on stateside, this is something that we will need to collaborate with our ICW program on. So if you give me some time, I can reach out to the program manager over there and we can get you the data.
Okay, thank you, because you're the foster care program. Yeah. Delegate Crotty, Mr. Gale said he'll collaborate with the ICWA program and get you that information. Committee members, any further comments or discussion?
None.
Hearing none, Ms. Nelson, can you please do a roll call vote on legislation 5623?
Yes, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the legislation. Honorable Mardo Esseret, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Mardo Esseret votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Bakari, how do you vote?
Sorry, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Bakari votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Shondine Parrish, how do you vote?
Vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shondine Parrish votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Nez, and thank you, Mr. Gale.
Thank you all.
See legislation number 5723, an action relating to the Budget and Finance, Resource and Development, and NABICUA committees, and the Nomination Council approving $9,845,000 from the CSN Fund to the Eastern RBDO for the Crown Point Hotel and Conference Center project, approving the related expenditure plan sponsored by Delegate Danny Simpson. Delegate Simpson? We have Delegate Simpson here in the room. Members, do we have a motion and a second to consider legislation 5723? Motion from Delegate Begay. Is there a second?
A second.
Committee members, do you have questions or discussion on legislation 5723?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. I have questions. If I could hear the presentation, thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Simpson, good morning.
Good morning.
You're recognized to provide your presentation.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee staff. Yes, here. Good morning, DC. So again, I'd like to introduce my agent, Mr. John Largo. Mr. Vice Chair, again, thank you. We are presenting this legislation 0057-23. It's in reference to asking for citizen funds to finance construction of a hotel in Crown Point, New Mexico. Has been supported by adjacent chapters like Water, Casimiro Lake, Nunishki's chapter, Vicente. So, as you know, we've been requested from certain delegates for certain economic development with the Navajo Nation, and one of them is to secure land acquisition, which includes a hotel in Monument Valley, and sponsored by Delegate Herman Daniels. And during the past 24th council, Citizen Fund was requested to build a hotel in Shiprock, and that was approved by the 24th council and put into law. And as we know, that I'm very vocal about economic development within Eastern, and we're asking the Budget and Finance and the Navajo Nation Council to approve $9,845 from the citizen funds to finance the construction of a hotel. Eastern AC we don't have the economic base, which leads to we don't have the tax base. And if you look at within Eastern, we have very minimal economic development. And one of the hubs that has a small amount of economic base is Crown Point. And I wish we were fortunate to have the economic base like other 4 agencies. And you can tell they have the economic development base. The reason being is because if you look at their sales taxes, they collect a lot of sales taxes. But for Eastern Agency, we have 31 chapters, and the average that we collect from sales taxes is about around $250,000. So I'd like to work with my colleagues from Eastern and with the help of the Navajo Nation Council to start somewhere to have a strong economic development base within Eastern Agency. So I think this is a start, and we're also working on 2 C-stores. I believe my brother here, Norman, is also working on a C-store in one of his communities here. So I really commend the Eastern AC delegates working on these type of economic development. And with this hotel, it's been talked about for many years, I believe over 20 years, and now it has been worked on for the last 8 years to where it's construction ready. So, Mr. Vice Chair, if you'll allow me to go ahead and have Mr. Largo elaborate on this presentation.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Largo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak here. My name is John Largo. I work for the Eastern Regional Business Development Office under the Division of Economic Development. Our office is in Church Rock, New Mexico, and we cover most of the Eastern Navajo Agency chapters with economic development, planning, development, business site leasing, etc. So this project, the Crown Point Hotel project, as you, the delegates have the documents in front of you, and on the table of contents, we have a construction cost budget of approximately a little over $16 million. And we've been working on this project for a number of years. And initially, the Navajo business owner wanted to borrow money and approached Native American Bank for a $9 million loan. So they were approved for that loan and got a 90% loan guarantee from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So, our goal was to try to help businesses invest into Navajo. And we thought that would be the best way to go instead of us paying for everything, the nation paying for everything. But unfortunately, it didn't work out because the way the laws are set on the Navajo Nation, we can't use buildings as collateral for a loan. So basically, the nation came back and said that after reviewing the loan documents, saying that they couldn't move forward with this loan application. So I feel like we need to do something to change those laws so we can have Navajo entrepreneurs and even non-Navajos come in and borrow money so they can invest on Navajo. Because if this loan was approved, this project would have been constructed years ago. But what happened was with DOJ came back and said, because you can't do this, you're gonna have to go back to the nation and get the money. Because the tenant wasn't able to go to the bank to get the money. So that's why we're coming back to the nation now and asking for construction funding for this project, because the building, the land is owned by the nation. So the business owner will never own anything on the nation. So even though the tenant knew this, he was willing to invest $9 million, even though he knew the building was going to be owned by the nation, but he was still willing to borrow $9 million, and it was approved. But because it didn't work out, now we're coming before the committee. We're coming before the Navajo Nation with our council delegate, Danny Simpson, assisting us to see if we can find, additional money to utilize for construction. Of course, the business owner will borrow money for equipment, inventory, working capital, furnishing, all that. He'll borrow about $2.5 million from Native American Bank. So this is what we're trying to do. We do have the budget forms filled out that were required by the nation. We have the financial need letter from the architect, how much it's going to cost to borrow money. I mean to construct the building. We do have an amount already committed from the nation from permanent trust fund. We have $3 million. We have $3.25 million from Navajo sales tax. So the additional funds needed are about $9.845 million to reach that $16 million amount. So we do have the cost estimate from the architect. We have the cost breakdown of construction from the architect. Then we have actual designs, hotel design. The design has been completed already by an architect. So it's ready to go. Once we get the funding for construction, we can bid it out and find the contractor and get to work right away. Everything's there, land withdrawal, all the clearances are there. The chapter supports it. They have a business plan. They have a business site lease. They have a franchise agreement. They have a management agreement with Peak Hospitality Management Company, who will work with the owner for the first 3 years, because the owners don't have, big management experience in running a hotel. So they have this company coming in who will work with them. So the designs are ready to go. We just need funding for construction, and that's why we're coming before the Budget and Finance Committee, and then resources, and then eventually the council. So that's what we're looking at right now. Vice President or Vice Chairman Slater, and if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
That concludes your presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Again, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, for allowing us to present this legislation again. This hotel would have been a reality if the owner was allowed to borrow money and use the hotel as collateral. Again, as stated by Mr. Largo, DOJ specifically told him that building, even though if it was financed by the individual himself, this building will never belong to that individual, it will belong to the Navajo Nation. So again, as stated by DOJ, this building, hotel, cannot be used as collateral to borrow money. So again, we really like to have some type of strong, start with a strong economic development base within our Eastern Agency to continue with that. And again, this is a start for Eastern Agency. Again, we're the other 4 agencies are very fortunate, Mr. Vice Chair, to have hotels in their agencies. Some have more than one, two, or something like that. But this is our first strong, actually, private owner to have something this big within Eastern Agency to be owner of this type of facility. So with that, now we'll conclude our presentation. Mr. Vice Chair. Okay.
Thank you. Committee members, are there questions or I think it was Delegate Crotty who asked first. So Delegate Crotty, you're recognized.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chair. Okay. Later. I do have a series of questions. This project has been reported to Budget and Finance Committee under the Permanent Trust Fund for many of years. And I'm calling in, so I just want to center myself. Is the individual from the Division of Economic Development, is it the same individual that presents to the committee regarding the project? Because at one time, the employee from Division of Economic Development had mentioned that they support small business, Navajo-owned small businesses. But the irony of this project is there's a franchisee, a contract signed, and now the presenter has made it clear again, even though this project has had a number of years, that the individuals who have been identified, and I'm not sure at this point how they're identified, if the Navajo Nation is expected to build the hotel. I guess that would be my first question. If Navajo Nation is expected to pay for this hotel, then what role should then the nation assert for the management of the hotel? So to compare it to Shiprock, first it was going to be managed by gaming, and then it went to Navajo Hospitality. But this is a unique situation where it's being asked to be managed by a Navajo entity with no hotel experience. So I'm trying to wrangle what the request is here, and then at what point who will be managing this $15 million investment. That would be my first question. Thank you.
Committee members, are there other comments or discussion items? Hearing none, Delegate Simpson, you're recognized to respond.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to have Mr. Largo answer Delegate Crowley's question.
Mr. Largo.
Thank you, Delegate, Vice Chair. Delegate Crotty, thank you for your question. Yes, I'm the same one who presented before, and it's the same company, CSB Enterprises, who's been trying to get this project moving forward. So yes, we are very much in support of Navajo's own small businesses instead of outside businesses coming in. And your question was, what role does the nation take in management? When the business CSB Enterprises went to Native American Bank back in the day, they were requesting $9 million. Part of the agreement with the bank was that they would have a management company come in. That was the only way the bank would lend them money, and they asked them to hire a management company for at least 3 years to work with them, so they could become familiar with managing a hotel. The company itself has been in business, has been in other types of businesses, and they've managed, employees, they managed their business, but it wasn't hospitality related. So they are, so they know business, but because of what Native American did, they came up with this company, and who who's planning to come in and work with them on a 3-year agreement to manage the property until they're well versed in management activities. But, it's up to the nation if they want to put some more stringent, requirements, on the CSB enterprises based on the investment that they're making into the project. But for now, that's what we have on paper, that they'll have a 3-year management period with this management company. Thank you.
Delegate Simpson, is that concluded?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you so much for, again, allowing us to present this legislation. And it goes back to what our current laws that are in place right now. If those laws were amended, we can have individuals coming in, actually Navajo-owned business people, I should say Navajo business people coming in and starting their business on the nation, building their own facility, financing their own facilities. That law needs to change. But with the current law, it's just something that even if you finance the building yourself, it belongs to the Navajo Nation. If you want to get it financed, you can't use it as collateral to get your loan. So, Mr. Vice Chair, with this pleading, with this current law,
I wouldn't agree to start a business in a Navajo Nation owned.
Is that needed?
I need it.
Please continue. Who was that? Do you know?
Say something, he just says
But does it say the person's name?
It just says Navajo.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize, Delegate Simpson, for the rude interruption to your presentation. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. And it's just something that we had to make aware. We have to work for our Navajo people that want to start a business within Navajo Nation. And I believe that certain law needs to be changed. But with this hotel we're talking about, we're using the existing laws that are in place right now to where this, that's why we're here before the Navajo Nation. And our first thought before the committee, first thought is the Budget Finance Committee. And again, Mr. Vice Chair, we're just pleading and to make this proposed hotel become a reality within the Eastern Agency. And again, we wish we could not come before the Navajo Nation to request this large amount of money. But what happened with what we have with the existing laws, we do have to come before this committee to see if we can try to secure this $9 million. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah.
Committee members?
Vice Pro Tem, this is Delegate Ready with the question.
Delegate Crowder, you're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Tem, committee members, Delegate Simpson stated, and with your agent. If I could ask our Department of Justice, in reviewing now, and I understand that when the bank was going to provide the loan to the company, there was some provisions, but now there's really no collateral. I haven't seen where the business owners are, I don't see any collateral. What is the status of this building with its request for the additional $9+ million? If this is this, because what this is turning out to be is similar to like that sawmill business venture. And what's being asked is if this committee will allocate millions of dollars to one Navajo company to develop a hotel with no hospitality experience. I'm not following the conversation enough to know if that is something that's being offered to other Navajo businesses with no experience, where Navajo Nation develop their buildings for them. because so I'm really just going to center on the management. So the Department of Justice, with this hotel and in all of the different phases, could this hotel be managed by the Navajo Hospitality and not an outside entity, so that we're in this hotel and then a Navajo entity can manage and possibly work with this Navajo business to give them the support that they need? I'm not sure. I just don't know why we would invest millions of dollars for an outside entity, because that's what happened at Shanto. And when that was discovered, the community was outraged. Not Shanto, but I remember when it was reported to Northern Agency, because there's a whole push to buy Navajo, buy local, but yet the government will invest and then have outside entities benefit from that investment. So I'm just trying to see if there's a compromise where we can get the management team in there and we're not paying franchise. And I'm not sure if the bank, I'm trying to understand what the bank is requiring and if the bank is still involved and if we have to meet those requirements. I'm just kind of talking out loud and trying to understand this because I didn't hear it from the presentation, and that seems to be the request on why we need additional funding for this project. And let me make it clear, questions are not questioning the need for the hotel. It's critical. The questions are here now is if Navajo is going to foot the bill 100% or almost 100%, how can we make sure that our investment is being managed well? And how can we make sure then that we're not just giving opportunity to outsiders? And the last thing is, in terms of Eastern Agency and the way we've been able to look at Sehaskan and Permanent Trust Fund funding, actually Eastern Agency has received a large portion of that funding, and as early as the glove factory in terms of economic development. And so there has been a lot of funding that has been allocated to Eastern, and I look forward to sharing that visual data with the committee and my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And so I hope that Department of Justice or someone from the Navajo Nation who can look at what is in the best interest for this funding to be utilized and how can we move forward with this project. So I'll direct the questions to Department of Justice and I could clarify, but my concern is then the management aspect, making sure the building is properly managed. Thank you.
Delegate Crotty, as a matter of clarification, are you asking for Delegate Simpson to respond to the question, Mr. Largo, or DOJ for all of that?
I would need Department of Justice to answer as much as they can, and we could refer to the sponsor and the agent to provide any additional information if that's available. Thank you.
Okay. Well, there is a lot there, so committee members, if you'd like to ask a question, we'll do so after responses to this question or comments. So, Department of Justice, who wants to volunteer as tribute?
I'll volunteer.
Thank you. It's a Hunger Games joke. Okay. Please introduce yourself and try to yell into the mic and not make Mr. Largo go deaf.
Thank you. Good morning, committee members. My name is Catherine Balzowski. I'm the Assistant Attorney General for the Economic Community Development Unit with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. Our unit has been working closely with Mr. Largo on this project and trying to get this project up and running. In regards to Delegate Crotty's question, in response to Delegate Crotty's questions, just to kind of provide a little more history, the original legislation that allocated this funding did not give the programs, a lot of guidance on how this was supposed to be structured and who was supposed to own what and how the, really how we were supposed to negotiate a lot of this. When the loan came in from the bank, what the bank wanted to do is use the money that the nation was providing through the original allocation and also take an interest in the property. So it's assumed the Navajo Nation money, even though we had given millions of dollars, would be second to the bank's money. And the bank would be able to take part of that money if the lessee defaulted. And then they would also take the property. And that's when Comptroller Kirk at the time had some raised issues with how that loan was originally structured. She took issue with the property issue, and she also took issue with the fact regarding the Navajo Nation being like the second in right in regards to collateral. So based on that, that's when the Department of Justice worked with the Eastern Agency, Eastern RBDO office and the lessee to try to create what's called a public partner private agreement and able to assist the entity to get the money that they're requesting. But at that time, that's when the bank pulled out their funding and said, well, we're not gonna, if we can't get what we're asking for from the nation, then we're not gonna provide you guys a loan. And without that backing, the project's underfunded. So if the council would like this project to move forward with this particular lessee, they will need to, they will, either the council or the lessee needs to come up with the additional funding to fix the deficit. I will note that the legislation that's currently before council does not address any of these issues. It doesn't clarify how the net council is making this. Is this a loan? Is this a grant? What is the expectation of the nation if the nation, as Delegate Crowdy said, is going to be providing more funding and is going to be providing a majority of the funding that's going to construct the building, build the building, if we're hiring an outside entity to come in and manage the property, what is the nation's expectations? What would council like? What is the return on the investment? These are things that we would, if this legislation goes forward, we would hope that council could provide us that kind of guidance so we know how to structure this agreement accordingly. I'm trying to remember the rest of Delegate Crowdy's questions. So I think that there's a couple issues, there's a couple comments we would have with the legislation, just not to say that it shouldn't go forward, just if it does go forward to provide kind of further guidance so that we can better implement the council's intention with giving the money to this entity. Because right now, the original legislation, the only thing attached to it in 2016 was a development plan that was submitted by the lessee, and that's it. And that's what council approved. And Delegate Crowdy, I don't know if that answers all your questions that you have.
Delegate Crowdy, you had quite a few questions. Do you have? Sorry, give me a second. We have the window and a plane's flying over, so just wait 1 second, please. Window Rock International Airport. Delegate Crowdy, you're recognized to speak now. Thank you.
Thank you, Pro Tem and colleagues. I appreciate clearing up some of the questions that I asked. I think what's clear here is if there's no bank loan or any bank financing, what then is the status of the management agreement if it was constructed or entered into an agreement based on the bank's requirements? And my question to Department of Justice then is, what then are the requirements that the nation will hold the entity to? That has this entity been identified as the management of the hotel? I think that's what I would need to see these documents because this is changing from a partial request to now a full investment, and I'm not sure. In looking at in looking at the request is has there been a conversation with Navajo Nation Hospitality in looking at how they could provide a support? I need to know what that franchisee agreement states now that the banks have involved, and how then have things changed to make sure with this request the business will have, I'm not sure, the capital to manage the hotel, I think is what I'm looking at. As things come to being fully funded, I don't think those questions have been, because all of the previous conversations, we were under the impression that the bank note would go through, and so unfortunately that hasn't happened. And so now, how do we need to move forward other than just allocating an additional $9 million? I'd like to focus on the management aspect of it. Thank you. I'm not sure if Delegate Simpson or his agent could provide that information.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will go ahead and answer that question to Mr. Largo.
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, I think she's talking about the management aspect again. And one thing, just want to make clear, the money will be coming to the Division of Economic Development. None of that money will be going towards, will be going to the business or the tenant. They won't touch any of that money. It'll come to us. Just like all our projects on the nation, we get financing from the nation. And you know, don't want to open up a can of worms, but you know, that's how we do projects on the nation. You know, we find money within the nation, whether it's sales tax, permanent trust fund, CSN, whatever, and that's how we do our projects. And all the financing comes to us, and we bid it out. We select the contractor, and we put the project together. And you know, what I envisioned was changing that aspect, is putting, you know, letting the Navajo invest into the project and not going to the nation constantly over and over, because our economy is terrible. And I feel like if our own people can invest into our own economy, then our economy can boom instead of having to go back and back and back to the Navajo Nation. And we could do a lot more with the little that's being invested, and then the banks can come in and invest big numbers into the project. So that was my thinking back in the day. And unless laws get changed, then this is not going to happen. But like I said, the management aspect, Delegate Crotty, is you know, that's I guess that's negotiable. And I did text the tenant and asked if he could get on the line, but he hasn't responded yet, so he could, you know, answer a lot of these questions, because he's the one that did, you know, a big part of the work to get this project moving forward, working with the management company, you know, working on getting loans, putting his business plan together. You know, our office just provided, you know, technical assistance, but I'm sure, you know, we can look at the management aspect if the nation is going to require that, you know, with this financing. And you know, he hates to come back. I hate to come back to the nation and beg for money, but I just feel like this is the only way that's going to happen. This project's going to happen for now, unless laws are changed. You know, we don't want to do this, but we're kind of like forced into a corner here. And the tenant would love to borrow money and get this project going, you know, but it's not going to work out. I just talked to Delegate Simpson. He was asking, you know, what if the tenant comes to the nation and makes it a loan? And, you know, I said, yeah, he probably would be open to that, but I think the nation's processes for approving a loan are a lot tougher than, you know, banks that are out there. That's just my personal opinion. I think it would be difficult for him to get approved for a loan with the nation. But if that's, you know, one way to go, then so be it. But we just want to get this project moving, and we're just going by what the nation dictates to us. And, you know, we were told you can't do this loan, so go back to the nation, get more money. So we're just kind of like following directions and hoping that, you know, somehow we'll get this economic development going in Crown Point. I hope I answered your question, Delegate Karate.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And again, what was stated by DOJ, you know, some guidance are needed. And, you know, if we're willing to go to where the way the legislation stated, it's just basically a money given to this, the individual that's just trying to start this hotel within Crown Point, within East Agency. And I think we can definitely compromise and sit back and talk about it. Could we make this as a loan? And I think DOJ can work with us on that. I'm not sure, but I'm just speculating that that's possible. As you stated, we need some guidance how we're going to do this. It can be a grant, or it can be a loan, or some other way. If that's possible, if the loan is possible for this individual to pay back the Navajo Nation and get things started, you know, I think we're willing to work with the owner on that, Mr. Vice Chair. But if that's the case, then we'll go ahead and sit down with the owner and talk about it. And like I said, we'll definitely compromise with budget and finance. And if we're willing to sit down with the individual and bring it back before budget finance, I don't want this decision to go forward until budget and finance, we can iron out the details and how we can pursue this before we move forward, Mr. Vice Chair. And that's how we'll work with Budget and Finance Committee, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Colleagues, committee members, any further questions or discussion on legislation 5723?
Vice Chair Slater, this is Damon.
Delegate Damon, actually, okay, yes, you're recognized, and then we'll go to Delegate Begay after you.
Well, thank you, Honorable Simpson, for wanting to work with the committee and I guess we'll get additional information. So, and it seems like Honorable Simpson's willing to work with the Budget and Finance Committee before we move the legislation forward. So with that, Honorable, and I think one thing is to get the individual before the committee to answer not only Madam Chair Crotty's questions, but I have questions as well, but also the action if Navajo Nation Hospitality is wanting to work together to have this operation under their belt, or if, and the other one is to work together with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. But with that, Honorable Slater, I think that we can go ahead and maybe have a specific meeting on this legislation. And with that, I don't think that we can get all the required documents or questions answered today if Honorable Simpson just goes back and gets that information. So I'd like to go ahead and table this legislation for at least 30 days so that we can go ahead and work together with Honorable Simpson and schedule maybe at the following meeting, which will be the first week in May, if not this third week in May, Honorable Simpson. I look to your guidance if you need longer time than the third week, but I think 30 days should be okay in order for everyone to get their ducks in a row. So that's my tabling motion at the time. And you did hear from Honorable Simpson that he's willing to, he's going to keep the legislation here at the Budget and Finance Committee and not move forward. So we have that commitment from Honorable Simpson. So with that, a motion to table this legislation for no more than, well, today's no more than 45 days because it might go into the second Budget and Finance Committee meeting. So, but it could be sooner. So no more than 45 days. Thank you. That's my tabling motion.
Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Damon, a second from Delegate Begay to table legislation 5723 for no longer than 45 days. tabling motion, I think at this stage is not debatable. Actually, do you want to agree with this? It's not debatable? I don't know why.
There's no debate.
Yeah. Committee members, we're gonna go to a vote. Ms. Nelson?
I'm not debating this, sir. If this is taking, I really don't want this to move forward. So if it's taking motion, it's still gonna move forward to the next committee.
I'll look to the sponsor.
Okay, so
Well-
sponsor, okay, sorry. Okay.
I'll look to the sponsor.
Let me provide a little bit of clarification on that. So we've had multiple interpretations, and maybe there can be a precedent set in this council with your actions, but in the past 24th council, Ms. Bobroff came back and said that, you know, it shall move forward. And so even a sponsor couldn't necessarily hold it back unless, as in having the committee revisit it again. But they said you could withhold it from being considered at the next committee pending, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, if we do this, we can go back to Ms. Bobroff, because I assume what you're talking about is having the legislation come back here for a final vote before moving forward to Navi. And I think that that's probably what Delegate Damon desires as well. We have a motion and a second, they're appropriate, so we're gonna move forward with that, and we can address that question later. You can personally withhold it or request it to be deleted from any non-committee agendas as they move forward.
Well, Vice Chair, I guess, I ask for you guys, one of my recommendations is, not to table it, but just to take it off the agenda.
Yeah, that's your request.
That's what I was gonna say.
Okay,
Charles, what I was gonna say, can we just take it off the agenda and then we'll start all over the first week in May?
There, she said that it's been on the agenda for those 2 minutes. She said that.
I know exactly, that's the thing, is we took an action by including it on the agenda. And, well, I don't read the law that way, I don't.
Yeah.
I will discuss you guys, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Delegate David, you heard those comments, there was, well, if you have anything further to add at this time before we go to a vote, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to go to a vote. Okay, hearing none, Ms. Nelson, can you do a roll call vote?
Yes, Vice Chair, roll call vote on the legislation. Honorable Marlo Esseret, how do you vote? Honorable Marlo Esseret, how do you vote?
What are we voting on? Table or take it off the agenda?
Yes, we're voting on the motion to table.
Motion to table, yeah.
Okay, green.
You vote green? Thank
Green.
you. Thank you, Honorable Marlo Esseret votes green. Honorable Norman Imbigay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Norman Imbigay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Barkhardy, how do you vote?
No.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Barkhardy, how do you vote?
Yeah.
Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Shantine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shantine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Barkhardy, how do you vote?
Sada, this is Delegate Claudia. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Amber Kenneth-Barkhardy votes green. Honorable Shantine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shantine Parrish?
Delegate Parrish, or Chair Parrish is excused.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Shantine Parrish is excused. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative or opposing. Vice Chairman not voting, and 1 member
We can
excused.
take it off, but the action still stands.
Vice Chairman?
You can, I just, this is why I wish we adopted the ordinance that I made as Title II. Okay, so, sorry, Ms. Nelson, what was the final vote?
Yes, Vice Chairman, the final vote is 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member excused. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Okay, thank you very much. So, 4-0-1 or 2. Delegate Simpson, I just wanted to say thank you for expressing your willingness to work with the committee. And I think between you, your agent, and our DOJ legals, we'll be able to figure something out. In terms of going forward, we can regroup as a committee, but with a tabling motion, I don't know, let's talk with legislative council as well and see if they'll say, yeah, it can come before the committee again to be voted on. Otherwise, we could potentially have a work session under the auspices of this committee. We could have one under NAVI. You know, if you want there to be a recommendation coming from the committee, you know, we could have that work session, or it could just be a report agenda item to discuss options, and then we leave the agenda relatively open that day. But, you know, if you're comfortable with that 45-day time frame, that's what Delegate Damon was seeking, and so I think we can work with that. And maybe be in communication with him and then the chair and myself, and we'll figure out when we can get together to discuss this. And in the interim, we'll talk with our colleagues. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And the legislation is tabled for no longer than 45 days, so the rules have made move forward. So,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
okay, we're now on item D, legislation 5823. An action relating to the Budget and Finance, Resource Development, and Politic Committees and Navigation Council, approving $3,879,180 from the Citizen Fund for a new Navajo Nation modular office building in Crown Point, approving the related expenditure plans, sponsored by Delegate Danny Simpson. Committee members? Is there a motion? Motion going twice? Motion going 3 times. The chair has called for a motion. Yes, Delegate Crotty. Delegate Crotty?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm sorry, on my end you broke up. Are you asking for a motion?
Yes, Delegate Crotty, I'm asking for a motion on legislation 5823, and I read the title into the record. It's the modular office building in Crown Point legislation.
Yes, I do have questions and I can motion. Thank you.
Committee members, is there a second?
Motion, right?
Yeah. We have a second from Delegate Norman Begay. Back in the saddle. Okay. Delegate Simpson, please proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Finance. Kaya natin Pordanos to present this legislation. This legislation, we already requested for citizen funds again, amount of $3,879,180. And again, as you know, in each agency, a lot of buildings that our Navajo Nation Department operate out of are just totally in poor shape. And I apologize, Mr. Begay. I'd like to have my agent introduce himself first before I go forward. So, go ahead.
So you see, no bueno. Go ahead.
So, if you allow us to introduce my.
And then, pro temp, I guess I'm the chief now, so go ahead.
Okay.
Continue.
Or you want to just wait? Because we don't have quorum.
So, Senta, can you agent introduce himself?
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go introduce yourself.
We still have quorum.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anjanette Owens. I'm the program manager for Homesite section under Navajo Land Department.
Good morning, my name is Anna Woolley. I work as a home site agent in Crown Point.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair Hianaki Tishido, members of the Budget and Finance, Hianana. And again, we are requesting citizen funds in the amount of $3,879,180. And this is for a modular building for where our navigation departments can operate out of Ada. As you know, right now, we do have facilities that are in very poor shape that were built back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And we have our kids here that work for Nation government. They operate out of those facilities. And also we have our constituents, our Navajo members, go to these unsafe, they go inside these unsafe facilities for services for our Nation government. And one of the things that comes to mind right now, we have Delegate Jan Charles Newton sponsored legislation to adopt the International Building Code when new facilities are constructed. And the purpose of that is to make sure these facilities are built safe, where our Navajo community members can go into these safe buildings, and also for our Navajo Nation government employees to work out of these buildings when new buildings are constructed. So right now, and I support that adoption of that international building code, international building code. So that's for new buildings that will be constructed on Navajo Nation. By the meantime, we have our departments working out of these buildings, like I said, that have been built in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And they were not well maintained. So again, we do have our kids, and I call them the kids because we're leaders, working out of these unsafe buildings, and we have our Navajo community members going into these buildings to get services. And I think it's very crucial to finance this proposed modular office building in Crown Point. And again, it was just basically proposed just for the land office. Then we talked that it's probably more feasible to get a bigger modular building to make sure we have these other entities within Navajo Nation to operate out of this modular building, like the census office, the election office. So that's just my view of why I believe that this Navajo Nation should finance this proposed modular building that's going to cost $3,879,180. And I'd like to ask the Vice Chair if he'll allow us to have my agent elaborate on this legislation. Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes, you want to introduce them or introduce themselves?
They did already, sir.
Okay.
Go introduce yourself again, sir.
Oh, yes,
For the
sir.
Vice Chair.
Committee members for a minute.
Yes, good morning, Vice Chair Carl Slater. I'm Anjanette Owens. I'm the Program Manager for Homesite Section under Navajo Land Department. Recently started in the position last year. And I have here Ms. Anna Willie. She is one of the homesite agents in Crown Point Agency. So we've started this project 2 years ago. Anna had started with one of our individuals that's been helping us, Elmer Begay, and we also been collaborating with other offices. So we do have a presentation regarding kind of the reason for the administrative building. I'm not too sure if anyone's online to present for everyone that's online, but I do have Arlene also. If she's there, she can put it and share on Zoom as well. So just to give you an overview of what we're...
Hold for 1 second.
Okay.
It's open, right? They can share the screen. Okay. You said Arlene?
Yeah.
Arlene, are you able to share the presentation on the Zoom link? What's your last name?
Coon.
Cool.
I don't see someone with that name on right now.
It could be under Colby. Did she say Calamity?
Pardon?
Calamity? It could be under Colby. there's a calamity, no. There's Alicia Murphy, no. Colby Pebble,
I don't see nothing here.
Is, the presentation you provide something that's separate from what's included in the legislation?
Yes, but it's pertaining to the overall letter that we have presented. I can share my screen. No, it won't let me.
Oh, you're in? Let's see if you can do that. Do you not have any printed copies, do you?
No, I just only have one copy. We can share Delegate Simpson's copy.
Give it to me.
No problem. I do also have it on the flash drive if you guys want to.
Yeah, why don't you give it to me and maybe I can see if I can share and then you can start with the presentation.
get copies.
This top one? Oh. This one? What do you got?
Yeah, the PowerPoint, yes.
Share screen. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Delegate Crotty, are you able to see the screen share?
I'm connecting to the Zoom right now. Give me a.
This is Damon. I can see it.
Yay. Figured out how to do it. Okay. I'm gonna go.
We can
Okay, there.
do the introduction part of it, yeah.
Okay, please proceed, Stones.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you everyone online and other committee members as well. So our Navajo Land Department oversees 5 agencies, and we oversee the home site lease process, giving out leases for 75 years, and also we also look at into renewing, assigning, and terminating some of those leases. And so the reason we were wanting to have this permanent modular building is because the individuals are in a building right now that needs more space. So the project has started 2 years ago and it's finally being put forth as legislation. And while we were going through this project, Anna here included other agencies or other offices such as election, Health Education Office, and Census Office. And as Delegate Simpson elaborated on the conditions of those other buildings, we were wanting to include other offices so that we can have a new building to house these offices, because we are in poor condition of where they are at right now. So we just wanted to present to you that, you can go to the next slide, that we did come across a vendor, Bitco Corporation, and the final proposal, as Delegate Simpson indicated, is $3,879,180. So this is for the 2-story building, and the square footage is 4,320 plus an additional 360 square foot. This is including an interior stairwell and also an elevator for those that need access for the second floor. And this is also just including the contractual services. The total amount is $2,557,689. So next slide, please. Just to give you a brief overview of Bitco Corporation, they're committed to constructing a high-quality building for administrative personnel. Their main purpose is to help the Navajo community build a facility that is function as a place to lead our Diné people. And they are certified as one Navajo-owned S corporation and also Priority One Navajo-owned contractor. Next slide, please. Giving you guys an overview of just the budget here, we did put in $45,000 for supplies, $105,800 for communications and utilities, $375,000 for repairs and maintenance, and the contractual services is $3,253,380. And we also have money set aside for capital outlay with New Mexico Bill 505. Next slide, please. This is how the building looks that we got from Bitco Corporation. This is the bottom floor. It has 8 offices, 2 restrooms, 1 kitchen, and 1 conference room. Next slide, please. The second floor has 14 offices, 2 restrooms, and there is no conference room. However, we can propose to Bitco to open up offices 13, 14, and 8 to possibly have smaller conference areas or even open up to a larger conference room. Next slide, please. So giving you a view of what the location looks like right now, it's the old Head Start building. We did go through the process of talking to Navajo Nation Property, and we did talk to risk management as well. So this old Head Start building is a picture that you see on your left side. On the right side is a proposed building from Bitco, the 2-story building. Next slide, please. And the condition of the Head Start, the old Head Start building, you can see all the images there that risk management went out there to do a final an assessment. They created a report. So we got that letter back from them. And these are the conditions that we need to fix before we can put a new building there. So Bitco put into their quote the abatement, the testing, and demolition of this building. So this is already included in the final quotation. Next slide. And giving you some of these images from the offices that they are in now from the other office. I think this is the election, census, and health education. These are the issues that they're overseeing right now is just the mold in the ceilings, cracked flooring. So we are trying to get them out of these offices so that we can better provide assistance to our Navajo people. Next slide, please. We do have several support letters. We do have proposed resolutions that have been signed. One main support that we got from is Edmund Yazzie. As you can see, there's just 2 screenshots there of the letters that we obtained. Next slide, please. And the offices that are wanting to be a part of this land building, the 2-story land building, we have health education, we have support letter, we also have census office, and also the elections office. Next slide. So encapsulating everything that we talked about, the issues and concerns is since COVID happened, a lot of the offices had to find new locations. Some of the old locations have been condemned. Buildings were had asbestos in them, so we're trying to move these offices back into this new building. These buildings that they're in right now, they have old furniture, old desks, old computers. The building that land office is in right now, that's the same condition that they're facing. They even have eviction notices from community development, and there's an agreement for only 1 year. Next slide, please. And the main goal is that we do have a lot of individuals, our Diné people, coming to the Navajo Crown Point Land Office, and these numbers here are just showing how much individuals come to our office. It's not showing how many home sites have been approved, but you can see the numbers are high. And so we are still hoping that once this building is built, that we're going to continue to get these individuals that are coming to our office, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, the children that are coming back from outside of the reservation. They're wanting to find homes, And so our office is in high need and demand, and also the census office, everything will be housed in one location for these individuals. If they needed to get CIB, they can come to their office, or if they want to seek health education, everything will be in that 2-story building. So just giving you some numbers that we have with the Navajo Land Department. Next. So overall, these are the offices and just what roles they play. Land office, giving out talking about home site section, the election office, health, and census. So once, hopefully, this legislation gets approved, it'll be only for this annual, I believe, for this annual year. That's what we budgeted for. But after that, we are looking at each of the offices to work with their own budget so they can assist with annual utilities, maintenance, repairs, and operations. So I'd like to thank everyone for allowing us to present our Crown Point Land Administration building with the other 3 offices.
Doug Simpson, does that conclude your presentation?
I just want to say one more thing, if you allow me, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay, if you look at this land office that we're talking about, and what the land office operated out of, and the current election office, they're operating, the land office had to move, but the election office is operating out of the old police station. That building was condemned. That's why they had to build a new judicial law enforcement complex in Eastern Agency. So since this building was never demolished, because it was condemned, our Navajo Nation government puts these departments in these condemned offices, condemned buildings. So that's what we're facing right now. So the land office had to move into temporary office space. And we're only allowed to operate out of that facility for probably could be evicted probably another month or so, because they're bringing more personnel into that administration building. So again, when the land office was proposing this facility, this modular building, it was just for their department. But when they start working with other entities, that they basically said that we need more office spaces for these entities, the census office, the health education program, the election office, Department of Ag. So right now, these entities are just operating out of unsafe building. And again, our Navajo people are going into these facilities that are very unsafe. So one of the things, again, Mr. Vice Chair, I just want to reiterate again that we are already concentrating on new buildings that will be built utilizing the International Building Code. We want these safe facilities to be built safely, so our employees can work out of these buildings safely, and also our Navajo people can go in these facilities to get services. So, Chantal, pleading with the budget and finance, and we'll go forward to resource development, the PHK and Nomination Council, that we'd like to have the Nomination Finances facility for these departments to work out of. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And members of the Budget and Finance, thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have a question from Delegate Crotty. So Delegate Crotty, you're recognized. Going twice, Delegate Crotty.
This is Pro Tem Chair and committee members, Delegate Simpson, as a sponsor, appreciate this legislation and support this legislation in the move to provide safe, adequate working environment, not only for our Navajo Nation employees, but for our constituents who visit these facilities. So with that in mind, in seeing the presentation, my concern is, what is the role of facility maintenance to help the program? There should be a component where there's someone from the Navajo Nation who are helping these programs not only design and develop this building, but are looking at what are going to be some of the other expenditures, like if there's going to be additional risk management, if there's going to be additional fixed costs. That's information that I would need on behalf of the committee. The other question, and we've had discussions with USDA regarding community development and federal funding that's available for government buildings. We're going to have our follow-up task force meeting this Friday. Could you give me insight in discussions you've had with executive programs on how they're going to move forward on that USDA funding, and if this project or proposal could be identified, at least we could put in language that if reimbursement is available from federal funds as we move forward to invest in the program, that if federal funding is available, then CHSN can be reimbursed. If you could give me an idea if there's been any conversations on your end or what information you would need in that conversation to improve our government buildings across Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Committee members, other questions or comments or discussion? You're recognized.
Mr. Simpson for co-sponsoring each council. Just a comment on this building. I think we really need this building up in Crown Point because most of those people in those buildings are sitting with blankets, election office, and I mean, I remember back in the younger days, Crown Point was rocking with all those buildings, Careto and Yagi. So I'm going to go ahead and support you on this legislation that we really need this building now. Hotel, this is what, 40 something rooms and some office space in that building too. So you're going to have you behind you. You go fall down, I'll pick you back up. You got it.
Thank you.
Committee members, any further comments or discussion? Hearing none, Delegate Simpson, you're recognized to respond.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Thank you, Madam Delegate Crowdy, for your question. Mr. Vice Chair, I can refer that question to Ms. Owen here.
So thank you, Amber Crowdy, for your questions pertaining to what you're requesting on the Navajo Nation facility maintenance, on how they're going to play a role. So I wanted Anna to just kind of elaborate on how she started the situation and where facility maintenance is going to play that role. So I'll give this to Anna to just answer that portion right now. Facility.
Good morning again, everyone. I talked to the facility maintenance, and they said they are willing to come up with an agreement to have us come up with an agreement for the building so they can have janitorial services for our building.
Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Delegate Crowdy, thank you for your question. Mr. Gage, thank you for your comment, thank you for your support, we appreciate that. Madam Delegate, and it indicated we met on this past Friday in reference to this legislation, and we met with all the entities, the election office, the public education department, and we did talk about who's going to maintain this building, who's this building belong to. And we just didn't have the time to work with Division of General Services to where we want them to have them oversee this facility. It's definitely going to be an Navajo building. And one of the things that will be happening is that we're going to ask, right now he's appointed Sean Mendale for the Division of General Services, and I hope he does get confirmed. So we'll be definitely working with him to work out the details how the Navajo Nation under Division of General Service can maintain this building. And at the same time, other things that Ms. Owen did mention, that right now we will have to ask, that's what we're asking for additional funding to cover the utilities and everything, but by next year, next fiscal year, we're going to be asking these entities to use their budget to cover the utilities and maintenance on this facility. So, Mr. Vice Chair will definitely, and Madam Delegate Crotty, will definitely work with Division Director Sean Mendale to take care of these things we're talking about, the fixed costs and the maintenance of the facility. Hopefully that answers your question, Madam Delegate Crotty. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Committee members, is there further questions or discussion on this legislation? Hearing none, Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Slater. Again, maybe we can, this is a question of amendment, what Madam Delegate Crotty asked for. Maybe we can ask for amendment that if it's possible, we can ask for reimbursement from the USDA for these government buildings. It is possible. We can maybe include that into this legislation. That's his recommendation, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
USDA programs are generally loans, so we'd be paying back a loan with interest instead of paying for a building outright. But if you want to do that, I would suggest getting with Delegate Crotty prior to copy and see how that can move forward.
Okay, sir.
Committee members, any further questions or discussion? Hearing none. Nelson, can you do a roll call vote on legislation 5823?
Yes, Vice Chair, roll call vote on legislation number 005823. Honorable Mardo Aseret, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Mardo Aseret votes green. Honorable Norman M. Begay, how do you vote? Thank you. Honorable Norman M. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon.
This is Delegate Crotty. I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative or opposing, 1 member excused. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Who's Delegate Damon? Okay. Thank you, Delegate Simpson. Your legislation will proceed on to RDC, looks like. But you can stay in your seat because.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, item E, legislation 5923, action relating to the budget and finance, resources and development, health education, human services, and non-committee committees, and the nomination council amending cap 3918 to extend the citizen funds reversion deadline for Navajo Technical University's Crown Point Campus Student Housing Expenditure Plan, sponsored by Delegate Danny Simpson. Committee members, do we have a motion? Give me a second.
This is Mardo. I'll make a motion.
Vice Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Azarian. Is there a second? A second going twice. Second for legislation.
This is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Delegate Crotty?
Yes, I will second 0059-23.
Thank you. The Vice Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Azar, a second from Delegate Crotty to consider legislation 5923. Committee members, questions, discussion related to 5923?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. I do have a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Simpson, you're recognized to begin your presentation.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. She told members of the Budget and Finance, good afternoon. She told guests, again, Mr. Vice Chair, as you know, thank you for allowing us to sponsor legislation by 9-23 before Budget and Finance Committee. Navajo Technical University was appropriate citizen funds for campus student housing, and back in, I believe, during the 23rd Council. And there was some fundings that were secured from other sources, from like Navajo Housing Authority. And with this COVID, this pandemic happening, it's basically delayed everything on expending this funds and to make this project reality. So we're asking to extend the deadline. I believe the deadline is in May, this coming May 2023, and we're asking for extension on the deadline so we can continue to work on this campus student housing under Navajo Technical University. So, Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to ask permission to allow Dr. Guy to elaborate on this legislation.
Dr. Guy.
Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this project that we have since May 1, 2018, and it's a project where we are working with Navajo Housing Authority, and there's some delays as we start to implement the project. First was the land withdrawal, where we wanted to put this building at, was done by the Navajo Nation Council Advisory Committee back in 1979. For some reason, NHA did not recognize that land withdrawal, so we had to convert that land to a business lease. And then the site where this building will be placed is on a floodplain zone. So we had a couple of options. One was to raise the building, which was according to a study by the Army Corps of Engineers, and their study indicated that if you raise it by 2 feet, then you'll be above the flood zone. And so our architect had designed it that way, but the NHA, for some reason, they're not approving that. So they recommended another site, so we're able to get another land, 30 acres of land approved by the Crown Point chapter. And so that's where this facility will be placed, and it's outside of the floodplains zone area. Actually, it's it'll be high on our campus land. Delays, as mentioned by our delegate Simpson, COVID had a lot to do with it. And then the change in the NHA leadership also was a concern to us. So currently we have housing for our male and female students. They are completely full. And we've added additional programs at the university. And where we are located, it's really close to many of our students where they come from. It's affordable, and our university is growing, and we have some programs that a lot of the tribal colleges don't have. For example, we have an engineering program on a lot of all the tribal colleges, and we recently were able to offer a PhD program in Navajo culture and language sustainability. And so we're asking if we could get an extension that will allow us to leverage the funding. We realize that the costs have gone up, but then that will allow us to do capital campaigns look into the USDA loan if that is needed. And some of the federal programs, they've extended our time period for grants because of the COVID. They've extended timelines to allow us for reporting period, for example, or the use of funds, they've extended us that time. So we really ask our Budget and Finance Committee members if you would support this legislation. And thank you very much, and stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Again, with what Dr. Guy stated, with new programs coming up, there's increase in student enrollment, and we really need to have this this new campus student housing become reality. It's just very unfortunate we had to go through this whole pandemic, this COVID-19, and delayed all of our project, and we're facing inflation too. A lot of these what's needed to make this campus student housing a reality. Hopefully with the funding that we have, and hopefully the budget finance does support the extension, the deadline extension. Hopefully that does happen, and we don't know what's going to happen next week, next year, if the inflation is going to continue. So we really need to get this thing come reality. So, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson. One moment. Committee members, do we have any further questions or discussion on legislation 5923? Going twice? Going 3 times? Chelsea, can you please do a roll call vote on legislation 5923?
Yes, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on legislation number 005923. Mauro Essert, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Mauro Essert votes green. Honorable Norman Imbegay, how do you vote? Thank you. Honorable Norman Imbegay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Cardy, how do you vote?
Delegate Crowdy is excused.
Okay. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Cardy is excused. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Shanti Parrish is excused.
Honorable Slater, our Vice Chair Pro Tem, was Delegate Damon. I vote red.
Thank you. Honorable Seth Damon votes red. Vice Chairman, we have 2 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, 2 members excused. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Delegate Simpson, and thank you, NTU. Your legislation moves on to RDC. We now have up legislation 6023, an action relating to the Budget and Finance, Health, Education, and Human Services, and non-EOTIC committees, and the Nomination Council approving $863,570 from the Citizen Fund for the Office of Tonight Youth to cover a funding shortfall for the Crown Point Youth Complex, approving the related expenditure plan sponsored by Delegate Danny Simpson. I excuse you, and here you are, right before us again. Jump the gun. Committee members, the Vice Chair will entertain a motion in a second. Motion going twice.
Vice Chair Slater, this is Chair Parrish.
Are you back with us now, Chair?
Yes, I'm back on.
Okay. Are you motioning or seconding?
Before I motion, I would like to present to suspend floor rules to present a memorandum sent by Miss Dana Bobroth regarding legislation 006223.
Yeah. Committee members, I emailed it out to you. It's a memo that reassigns the budget and finance, legislation 6223 to the budget and finance committee first. It's the legislation delegate Nez mentioned earlier. And Speaker Curley has concurred with the memorandum, so it is reassigned.
And I would like to first motion that legislation 006223 with the concurrence of Speaker Curley and Chief Legislative Counsel Ms. Dana Bobroff, that legislation 006223 be added to today's agenda to the end of the legislation that we're hearing today.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. Committee members, we have a motion to suspend the floor rules. We had not received a motion yet on this legislation, so I'll recognize it. Was there a second? It was second from Delegate Begay. Committee members, is there any discussion on the floor rules? Give me a second, committee members. I'll read the title of the resolution. An action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and ETA committees and the Navajo Nation Council approving $1,573,288 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance to the Division of Social Services for a grant to St. Michael's Association for Special Education. The sponsor is Delegate or Chair Jesus, and the co-sponsor is Delegate Nez. The motion on the floor is to suspend the floor rules to add this as item H. Okay, it would be item H after legislation 4523. A motion from Chair Parrish and a second from Delegate Begay. I believe we need 2/3 to suspend the floor rules. Any further discussion, committee members? Hearing none, Ms. Nelson, can you do a roll call vote on the motion?
Yes, Vice Chair, roll call vote on the motion. Honorable Mardo Esseret, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Mardo Esseret votes green. Honorable Norman M. Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Norman M. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kines-Mark-Carty, how do you vote? She's excused. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Shanti Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shanti Parrish votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative or opposing. 1 member excused. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Give you 1 moment to draft the minutes. Okay. We're back on legislation 60-23. Committee members, the Vice Chair was going to entertain a motion to consider the legislation.
The motion.
Chair recognizes a motion from Chair Parrish and a second from Delegate Begay. Committee members, do we have questions or discussion on legislation 60-23?
Vice Chair Slater, I have a question, but I'd like to hear the presentation first.
Yes. Delegate Simpson, you're recognized to commence your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance. Good afternoon, again. Thank you for allowing us to have this legislation before Budget and Finance, this number 0060-23, and we're asking for assistance in the amount of $863,570 and This is to cover the shortfall of what's currently being constructed, what used to be currently being constructed in Crown Point, and due to the inflation, we just came up short. As you know, that we did this proposed project did receive, I believe, the funds through NHA. They received $7.1 million. The abandoned mine land department, 400,000. Then citizen funds amount to $2,500,000. So the total amount that was that appropriated for this facility was $10 million, but we do have a shortfall of to cover especially the gym floor and gym floor that's going to cost over close to $400,000. In the shortfall of certain things that, you know, to light up the facility, we needed to pay a certain amount to get a bigger transformer. So we did, due to inflation, again, we came shortfall of $863,570. So with that, if we don't get this thing completed, the building will just be sitting there until it's completely constructed. We don't want this facility just to sit there because we haven't done the floor on the gymnasium. So, Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to request of you to have the department elaborate on this legislation, and they can introduce themselves to Mr. Vice Chair.
You're recognized to continue.
Thank you, Shiash. Adoshanat ani ko ikha ko shatno ani the nache ya kodon hije dahodesi. Sheya Denise P. Thomas, Hut A. Shija, Ado Deshchini Nashlom, my Deshkini Bashchin, Tutnesani Dashchedo, Tachini Dashanella, Yisido Eya Beshbito, Nahas Ado, Adi Jeshike, Sheya Kodo, Dene Youth Banashnish, Department Manager, Hut A. Shananish, Kadatas Hanachi, Ado Benache Eya Kodon, Hijahodis Al Abilaganik at Jojo. The reason why we're sitting in front of you right now, BMF committee, we're asking for funding of $863,570. We've come from Crown Point to be considered because of there's a transformer that is very much in need to pass certain things to be installed in the facility right now. The infrastructure, the roofing, the windows, everything has been put up. However, because of the transformer that actually provides the electricity, and then also the gas line, and as far as heating up the water to provide hot water. This facility has been idling since 2016, beyond that 2006. Miss Virginia Nelson, my coworker, has been very much passionate about this facility. And with this being said, we are very much in need of it to complete it. And one of the things that is very disheartening is that for the past 3 years, we have encountered with COVID, and a lot of it had to have issues with barriers we had to meet and face with, especially with the lumber, with the supplies, and everything else that entails to completing the facility. So because of these things, we also went through a management of Navajo Housing Authority to release our, our architect from Albuquerque. And because of that, there was a shortfall with that as well. But NHA has been working with our Viso Construction Company. We are being very, pushed to the limits to how are we going to pay for these things. We're also, the construction was not also proposed with the broadband, with the telephone services, and also with any other issues. It has been shed, meaning that a lot of the things have been taken away from the construction in order to meet certain things. We have been advocating, we have reached out to to see if NHA would be willing to help us at least cover the transformer and the gas line extension, and unfortunately, that was not honored at all. So we're at I guess the bare minimum right now, just trying to look for funds and getting this facility to be completed. This is one that Ms. Nelson, like I said earlier, is very compassionate about it because she has been one of the employee that has been with Navajo Dene Youth as a program supervisor, and she really would like to get this facility done. And I know the community and the surrounding community of Crown Point has been very looking forward to this facility. It is a gymnasium that will actually support with having a high school sized basketball, and all of you do know across the Nebuchadnezzar, a lot of our children enjoy playing basketball, and this is where a lot of it could be also implemented as a activity for the after-school program, and that's what Dene Youth does provide. And we also provide a lot of activities that entails with having our children, our Dene children, to stay on the railroad of having not to deviate and having to make the negative choices. And this is really what really inspired me as a former teacher, and just wanting to get this completed for our children. And it's really heartbreaking to see that we can't have an open house or anything sooner because it just keeps getting extended by the construction company and Navajo Housing Authority. So we're at the tail end, and I'm going to give a little bit of time to my colleague, Ms. Nelson, if that's okay. Now, Council. So that's the reason why. So thank you.
Good afternoon. Arayat Aisha, Virginia Nelson, Yashiro Topajana Ajan Snopia, Ani Bashichin, Ashina Dashanada Dot Logate Dashiche, a program supervisor Ainshle with the Office of the Nayuk in Crown Point. I know that there's members of the council that are new to our presentation, and I just want to give you a narrative of our Crown Point Youth construction. The Crown Point Youth Complex consists of 27,104 square footage, and it's adjacent to the existing Office of the Dene Youth, which houses the administration. I have a staff of 10 staff that are part of the Dene Youth, and the facility actually includes a gymnasium, which is adjacent to a stage area. It's got lockers, shower facilities. It's got a full kitchen. It also includes a weight room, a teen center, an art classroom. It also entails a library and offices for the administration. And it's also going to include 2 classrooms for the growing members of our local children who are between the ages of 5 to 18. And with the exterior amenities that we had included as a part of this youth complex was a playground. And we also included an amphitheater and garden area. And one of the other ones that we had included with the exterior was a skate park. But due to the shortfall of our funding, and due to the pandemic that occurred beginning 2019, we actually ended up losing out on our skate park. We will no longer be able to include the skate park. We will no longer be able to include our playground for our young kids. And we do have an after-school program, which that happens Monday through Friday. And so that was one of the shortfalls. And due to the material and steel costs, the increases of that, there was a lot of change orders that occurred with our construction. We are actually at 98% complete with our building. Majority of the exterior of the building is completed. And like my department manager indicated, we did receive money from NAHASDA funds, which is through the Navajo Housing Authority. We've exhausted the funds from there. We also completed the funding that came from abandoned mine lands, which was in the amount of $400,000. That has been completed. And right now we have citizen funds, but we are less than $150,000 that's still in our account. But not all of the change orders have been processed through the finance department with Navajo Housing Authority. So we are actually going to be going into the red. And the reason why we're requesting for the $863,570 is actually to be used for IT infrastructure. It's also going to be used for our Frontier connection with our telephone service, our internet service. And we do need the transformer, and that's one of our major shortfall that we're requesting funds for, is because the transformer is what turns on the electricity. The transformer is what's utilized to turn on utilities within our building, and right now we do not have the funding to purchase our transformer, and that's through Continental Divide Electric. And that's one of the main reasons why our building hasn't, our interior of the building hasn't been completed, because some of the things that we do need requires electrical connection. The other part is working with the natural gas services with Navajo Tribal Utilities, and they're still in the process of completing their construction. But as soon as they're done with all their construction, we still need the transformer to do all of the testing. And so those are some of the reasons why we're requesting for our shortfalls. And in the interior of our buildings, we're lacking gymnasium equipment, such as the flooring, the staging, basketball backstops, volleyball posts, scorebooks, a lot of the wireless controlling, the lockers, the bleachers. Those are all missing within our gymnasium. And the other thing that we're missing in our gymnasium is our flooring. And one of the things that we're working with is putting down Mondo flooring within our complex. So that is 5 outstanding 5 things that are outstanding with our shortfall, and which is totaling up to $863,570. And this will actually complete our complex. And today I do come before you requesting for your assistance. And just like my department manager indicated, that this is for our young people. And a lot of the assistance that have been brought forth has been done through Navajo Housing Authority with NAHASDA funding, with abandoned mine lands. And I do, because of the shortfall and because of the pandemic, we are back here requesting for funds to complete our building for our community in Eastern Agency. And we were hoping that we would be able to complete our building. It's been extended like about 3 or 4 times because of our shortfall. And right now we have been extended to July 11th, and in hopes that we will be able to receive citizen funds to complete our facility. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Finance. And again, I'm very passionate to get this facility completed. As stated by Ms. Nielsen, it's 98% completed. And just requesting the shortfall amount of money that we're asking for this building will be 100% complete, and it'll definitely be there for our kids, our Navajo children, to go to a safe environment and just to play basketball, lift weights, do recreational activities. But most important thing of all, out of this whole facility, when it's completed and operated under Office of Net Youth, a high percentage of our Navajo kids will become responsible citizens. Staying off drugs, participating in gang activities. This is something that, they'll become responsible citizens within our nation and outside. And, something this program that's provided in the current facility and once this facility gets completed, I see a lot of things going to happen in a positive way for our Navajo kids. And Vice Chair and Madam Chair and members of the Budget Finance, that's why I'm very passionate to get this facility completed and get it open. And this is something that I really want to come to reality. And Mr. Vice Chair, when I served on the council, on the 22nd council, I was very passionate about getting funding through NAHASA. And that's how some of these facilities got built throughout the Navajo Nation at agency level. And one of the first recreational center that was built was where I come from, Herfingham, and using the HASA funds. And we built that facility, and that's how we knew that we can use the HASA funds. So I was very passionate about it to get additional funding from the HASA for other recreational facilities under ODY throughout the Navajo Nation. So with this one, I'm still very passionate to get this facility up, get 100% completed. And I really, I commend the young ladies here and get it 98% complete, but we just need a small amount, $800,000 plus to get it complete for our Navajo kids. Again, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, and members of the Budget and Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson. Committee members, do we have questions? I think it was Chair Parrish who had a question, so Chair, you recognize.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, and thank you to Honorable Granny Simpson for presenting this legislation today. Thank you for also members of the Office of Diné Youth for being there as well. So I have been looking over the legislation, and I appreciate that that 98% of the construction has been completed. And I also appreciate that there's a diversity in funds that have been contributed to this project. However, I just have a few quick questions regarding the shortfall. How many times has the Crown Point Office of Diné Youth seeked outside funding with the state or other contributors, because this is a CHSN primary project? I guess you're going back to the same funding source again, and I'm wondering if there are other attempts that you've made to seek additional funding outside of the Navajo Nation. I understand that this is about $900,000, but there are power lines too that are $900,000 across the Navajo Nation. So I just want to see how the Office of Diné Youth has been proactive and creative in finding a solution to the shortfall. That's my first question. And the second question is, I know that in Crown Point you service Eastern Agency, but for the Office of Diné Youth in the Crown Point area, how do you also service the communities of Tohadjale and Alamo and Rama as well, because they're also in the Eastern Agency? Because I think investing in this complex in Crown Point is amazing, but we also want to extend the reach to all of Eastern Agency. I also want to know how many students you service before the pandemic. Thank you.
Committee members, any other comments or questions? Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Madam Chair, thank you for your question, and members of the Budget and Finance. Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to have the young ladies here answer Madam Chair's question, if that's okay.
No, please, yes.
Okay, thank you for that question. So one of the things that just going back of how many times have we gone out to request for funding from outside? I attended the Indian Day out in New Mexico, Roundhouse, and one of the things that I requested in hoping that it would move of looking and requesting for some funding from there, but because there is other senators that were representatives that were there at the time. So I did approach Senator Pinto. I've also briefly just talked with Peshlagai, but unfortunately, because it has to be considered as a community project, and that was one of the things that was brought up. And so in order to do that, they would have to assess and to see how many, again, with the services that are being provided by the students, to the students, and within Crown Point. So therefore, one of the things that as a department manager, I am the one that will approve all the activities that do take place across, and that will be with the 7 centers that are actually under Department of Diné Education, and then with Diné Youth. So Crown Point does serve Tuahajile, they do serve Alamo, and they do serve Rama. So because of the eastern geographic that is so spread out, Ms. Nelson does assign and have the staff go out, and they do provide a calendar to show where they are at. So they are being served at this time. And depending on how, right now, I am aware that with one of her staff, she does serve the community school and the Head Start centers. So that is their primary engagement as far as serving the pre-K all the way up to high school. So if that answers your question, if not, I can go ahead and have Ms. Nelson elaborate a little bit more on expanding of the services that she actually assigns to the staff overall, because earlier she did mention that she does have 10 staff within Crown Point, and the 2 that are located out in Herfino. So 8 will be in Crown Point and 2 will be in Herfino Center. Thank you.
Chair Parrish, does that answer your questions?
That answers my questions. Thank you, Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. Committee members, are there further questions or discussion on legislation 6023? Hearing none, Ms. Nelson, can we go to a roll call vote on legislation 6023?
Yes, Vice Chair, roll call vote on legislation 006023. Marta Assert, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Marta Assert votes green. Honorable Norman Indigay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Norman Indigay votes green. Honorable Seth Kamen, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Kamen, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Seth Kamen, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member not voting, and 1 member excused. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Delegate Simpson. Thank you, OUI staff.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to move on to item EFG 4523. An action relating to health, education, human services, law and order, budget and finance, and the committees approving and authorizing the mutual intergovernmental agreement between the Navigation Division of Public Safety, Navajo Police Department, and the City of Page, Arizona. Do we have Delegate Charles Newton or Delegate Nesbitt on the line? Going twice? Delegate Charles Newton or Delegate Nesbitt?
Chair Pro Tem asked Madam Charles Newton. She's right here to see if she's able to address it.
He's gonna ask her. Delegate Nez? Do you have an update for us?
Yes, give me about 30 seconds. She's right in front of me. She's just wrapping up a conversation.
Well, Delegate Nez, we can move to your legislation if we're not ready to present, but the committee's ready to consider the legislation.
Delegate Slater, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I apologize. I am here at TIBIC, but I am here to answer questions about my legislation if you guys are ready to hear it. I apologize.
Okay. Committee members, the chair will entertain a motion to consider legislation 4523. Do we have a motion, committee members? A motion going twice.
Honorable Pro Tem Chair, this is Damon. What is 4523?
I just read the title into the record, but it is the mutual aid intergovernmental agreement between Navajo Public Safety, the Navajo Police Department, and the city of Page, Arizona.
Great. I motion.
Okay, we have a second from Delegate Norman Begay. Committee members, are there any questions or discussion on legislation 4523? None. Ms. Nelson, can you please do a roll call vote on legislation 4523?
Yes, Vice Chair, roll call vote on legislation number 04523. Marto Esseret, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Marto Esseret votes green. Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman Begay, how do you vote? Yes, the Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable African is what parties excused. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Shanti Parrish, how do you vote?
She texted her vote, she votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Shanti Parrish votes green via text. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 excused. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you. Legislation 4523 moves on to LOC. We're going to move on down to item 6223. I'll read that title into the record. We have Chair Zeus here with us in the Budget and Finance Committee. 6223, an action relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Navigator Committees and the Nomination Council, approving $1,573,288 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance to the Division of Social Services for a grant to the St. Michael's Association for Special Education. Good members, do we have a motion? The motion from Delegate Gary. Do we have a second, committee members?
Second by Damon.
Committee members, do we have questions or discussion on legislation 6223? print off a copy?
They're he's making the copies right now, so.
On idle. Committee members, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess so that, we think it's gonna be 10 minutes? Yeah, it's gonna be at least 10 minutes. They're printing some copies of 6223. So we'll reconvene at 1:25. Thank you. It's now 1:25. We have no one in the room. Delegate David, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm live.
Thank you. Chair Parrish, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on.
Thank you.
Yeah, 23.
We had Seth, we had Shanice, and then, Delegate Azarick, are you on the line?
Lost corn.
No, it's still on. Is the machine down or is somebody doing a big run?
She went to go check what.
You must
He's the only one who needs a copy, we just need one copy. Colleagues, we're still waiting for one copy of the legislation, so please bear with us. Well, looks like they're arriving. Perfect.
There's more coming from you. It just needs one. 62, veterans coming. Okay, not much, we don't need this one. Okay. 62, 23 is the one.
Never mind. Psych out.
Dips.
Hello, this is Mardo. Are we still on?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Delegate Azarick. We are still on. We're just returning back into session from a 10-minute recess or a 13-minute recess. We have Delegate Begay in the room. We have Chair Jesus in the room. And then on the line, we have Delegate Azarick, Delegate Damon, Delegate Parrish, and Delegate Crotty is excused for the remainder of the meeting. So.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll be online.
Okay, thank you. We're going to proceed with consideration of legislation 6223. I read the title into the record previously, and I was getting ready to entertain a motion in a second.
Already motion.
Actually, I take that back. I had already accepted a motion from Delegate Begay and a second from Delegate Damon on legislation 6223, and then we entered a recess so that he could review the legislation and print some copies. So,
okay.
My question, or the floor is open for any comments or discussion at this time. Going twice. If we don't have any comments or discussion, we're going to proceed to a roll call vote. 2.5 times? Okay, no discussion. Ms. Nelson, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on legislation 6223?
Yes, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the legislation 0062-23. Mardo Azarick, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Mardo Azarick. Votes green. Honorable Norman M. Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Norman M. Begay votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
Good afternoon. This is Delegate Damon. I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Shanti Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shanti Parrish votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member excused. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here with us, Jesus. Thank you, Association.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Begay. We shall see you at Navi.
Okay, so we're now on item scheduling a work session on certain TFC sent projects. And then scheduling a work session on the procurement code. So, committee members, since we're not all in the same room, it is sometimes difficult to discuss our schedules.
I thought we were going back to report.
Well, technically this item's under new business, although, I don't know, we had all these things will just be covered under logistics at the end.
Let's just continue going on the line then.
Yeah, but I mean, down the line, you can see right there.
Yeah, but then the report.
No, we would do this and then we'd go to So, can you guys get down with it? Committee members, I'm gonna look to your direction on how you'd like to.
If you need more copies, we have them. You know, we're good. Thanks.
Or scheduling work session. We just voted on that. Norman and James.
Vice Chair Slater.
Yes. Is that Delegate Azarick?
Yes, all I ask for is don't schedule anything on the 26th. I've got school board interviews.
Vice Chair Slater?
Yes, Chair Parrish?
I motion to suspend floor rules to add 1 item to new business. The item is to reschedule the Budget and Finance External Funds Work Session with OOC and OMB from April 27th to April 28th.
From April 27th to April 28th. Okay.
Can we 28?
That's my motion, is just to reschedule.
It doesn't matter where it's at in the thing. it'll just be- There's no motion on the floor right now. That's what I'm saying.
There's nobody making a motion.
Nobody has made a motion. Okay, committee members, on the 27th, we have Budget and Finance Committee work session on external funds with OOC and OMB. And the chair was seeking to amend the agenda to change that. Okay, Chair, my request back to you is actually that you would amend the agenda and just, we would have one letter item, and that would be, so this is F, G, H, so the I, and we would consolidate all of our logistics into one vote. So we discuss it, agree on it, and then we'll have one vote instead of having to go item by item. And we can include that in there.
I'm modifying my motion to be, my motion, how do I say this?
So you concur with what I said.
I concur with what Vice Chair Slater proposed.
Okay, so that motion is just to have one logistics item, and then we'll just do one vote, and we'll handle all of these in there, including the rescheduling of OOC OMB. Committee members, is there a second for that? Give a second from Delegate Begay. Is there any further discussion on the motion to suspend the floor rules? Hearing none, Ms. Nelson, can you please do a roll call vote on the motion to suspend the floor rules and enter in a new logistics section replacing the two that are there?
Sure, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the modification. Mario Aseret, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Mario Aseret votes green. Honorable Norman M. Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Second was.
Yes, Honorable Norman M. Begay votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Shondine Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote green, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shondine Parrish votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. 1 member excused. Vice Chairman upvoting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you very much. Committee members, we are at that new logistics section on the agenda. The chair will entertain a motion a second to begin discussion on that item. Nobody wants to talk logistics?
About the DED, PTF, CSN projects work session?
Yeah, this will be to discuss a work session with DED on certain PTF and CSN projects, a work session regarding the procurement code, and then a work session, the one that you referenced earlier, rescheduling the external fund session with OMB-OC. And you could add other things in there too, I guess.
Okay. I would like to reschedule the work session from the 27th to the 28th because I believe members of Budget and Finance will be down at the LCR litigation hearing down in Phoenix at that time.
Chair, would you indulge me and make a motion just for us to start discussing this agenda item?
Oh, okay. I motion to begin the discussion of the scheduling of the 3 items for Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you. Committee members, is there a second?
Second,
Is that Damon or Azra?
Leroy Brown.
Leroy Brown. Okay. Start singing. Okay. Thank you very much, Delegate Damon and Delegate Parrish. Let's start with the first item that Chair Parrish mentioned. Committee members, would you like to move it from the 27th to the 28th?
Nope, can make it.
Got one no over there. Delegate Damon, I think, is a witness. Chair Parrish, are you going to be down there participating or observing?
I will be down there on the 27th. If the 27th and 28th does not work, remember?
That day too.
Are you sure there's not?
Yeah.
That's
not be that day too.
No, I don't.
I mean, it is the fourth Thursday of the month. Let's see here. Delegate Azaric, do you want to share your schedule with us?
Yes, I just want to know if we can not in OT schedule anything on the 26th. That's all I was asking.
26th or 25th?
26 to 6. I'm very busy that day, so.
On 28th, I can do that.
Okay.
What if how's May 1st?
I'm okay with May 1st.
Yeah, I could do
something.
the 3rd or the 4th. It looks like I think I'm free those days.
May 1st and 3rd, I'm okay.
Do it with the,
Committee members, how does the 3rd sound? Chair, does that work for you?
Okay with me, Mardo.
For which one are you referring to, Vice Chair?
This would be the external fund session that we'd be rescheduling from the 27th.
Okay, I'm good. The 3rd then.
Can we start at 1 p.m.?
Yeah. Chair, I think because of the volume of information and accounts to review, it'd be better to start a little bit earlier.
Speaker Damon, are you available the morning of the 3rd?
I'm not.
Speaker Damon's not
You guys are
available.
good. You guys start.
I'm not. I have a conflict that day too.
On the 3rd? What about the 4th?
Do we don't have Nabi that day?
Nope. Still 11.
Okay, the 4th is good.
4th then. May the 4th be with you.
Okay with you?
4th?
Yeah.
May?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that one so far.
Delegate Azaric, does the 4th work with you?
Yeah, I'm okay on the 4th.
No, let's go back to the 26th. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so let's say the 4th for our rescheduled Budget and Finance Committee External Funds work session. There's quite a few items on there that Ms. Nakai showed me, a lot of indirect cost and all that jazz.
9 a.m.
That's at 9 a.m., right?
Yep.
10 a.m.
Or 8 o'clock.
Not 8 o'clock.
BNF work session on external funds, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Then the next day on Cinco de Mayo is the next BNF work session.
My birthday.
So on the 4th, what time?
That's old Mexicans.
9 a.m. Lamardo.
Okay.
You want to do 9 a.m. on the 5th?
Oh, sorry, no, I was talking about the 4th.
Okay, yeah, let's just, everyone, we're on the same page. 9 a.m. on May May 4th, Star Wars Day, will be our external fund session.
Yes.
Okay,
And we can't do any more because it's going to affect. our-
And we're all dressed up as our favorite Star Wars character.
Sounds good to me.
I'm gonna wear my Vader mask. We're gonna start slashing all those budgets. Okay, so that's May 4th. Let me just put a note in my calendar real quick. External funds. Okay, committee members, let's go back up to scheduling the work session with DED on certain permanent trust fund citizen projects.
May 5th at 9 a.m.
I'm okay with that.
I thought we were putting all that together for that Thursday.
External funds and PTF? I don't think.
I don't think so.
Our schedule is, there's like about 4 presentations. One is an orientation on indirect costs.
I'll only do back to back then. Back to backs too.
What do you mean? The next day? The 5th?
4th and 5th, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would support doing the PTF citizen in the morning, the procurement code in the afternoon, but I don't remember how many PTF and citizen projects we're talking about.
I thought it was just the ones for DED.
Yeah, it's just DED.
So that's like what, like Indian Wells, I don't know what else is still out there.
There's Crown
Oh,
Point.
Crown Point Hotel.
Yep, I think we can all put it in one day. DED and procurement.
Because procurement might take 3 hours.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna have an overview of what they've done.
Yep. So 9 a.m. then the other two. On
9
the
a.m.
5th.
and then, okay, back to back.
Open the lines for procurement so that you can look and see what amendments are going to be. In the afternoon, we can do PTF and for the citizen.
Okay, Ms. Nakai thinks we should do procurement in the morning, so you say procurement starting at 9, and then we'll bring in PTF citizen in the afternoon, or if we wrap up procurement early?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just call it one work session, and we'll have those as the 2 agenda items, or, I mean, maybe it might need to be sub items or whatever, but those are gonna be the 2 main things, and we'll have one request to Speaker Curley for the work session. Okay, so starting at 9 a.m. on the 5th. So what's May the 5th?
Is it Cody Meyer?
on the 5th, I thought you said the 4th.
The 4th is gonna be the work session on external funds. The 5th is gonna be the procurement code in the morning, and then the economic development projects funded by Citizen and the permanent trust fund.
Okay, so they're both gonna start at 9.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, give me one
Right.
second. Yeah, both starting at 9. Oh, gosh.
Oh, Thursday and Friday, right?
Thursday and Friday. All day. We're gonna live in this room. I hope the AC starts working.
Both days at 9 a.m., right?
Yeah, both days at 9 a.m. No AC and non-vaccinated. Okay, committee members, I'm just gonna review. We have a rescheduled work session on May 4th for external funds from the 27th. And then the next day on the 5th, we have the procurement code as the first item, and then the economic development, PTF, and CSN projects as the second item. But on both days, we'll start at 9 a.m. And then we have a motion from, I think Chair Parrish, and a second from Delegate, is it Delegate Damon, I think?
Damon.
Yeah, Delegate Damon, to approve these items. Is there any further discussion on our logistics for the next few weeks? Okay,
So
good.
I have another question while we're on the scheduling. So there
Okay.
is no meeting this Friday on the 14th. I thought there was a meeting on the PT or the CSN CAT 35-18.
That's supposed to be a PCB.
No, someone else have that?
Yeah, they scheduled that work session at 9 AM. I'm sorry, Vice Chair, at 9 AM with DCD on that CAT 3518.
Yep.
This Friday?
14th.
I really thought that had been rescheduled because of folks going to Tippett.
I have a question. Did Ms. Nakai inform the presenters?
Inform the presenters what?
For the for our request to meet on
the 14th?
Yes.
Okay.
Because she would have, I mean, I didn't get a calendar from her.
Yeah, I mean, committee members, if we're being pretty frank, well, I guess it's speculation, but if they haven't been invited to something that's happening on Friday, that's pretty short turnaround. All right, Delegate Damon,
Can I modify my motion?
Would you like to keep it on the 14th?
I'm not coming back until the 15th.
Is that Delegate Azar?
Yeah, I'm not flying out until the 15th, Saturday.
Ms. Nakai just rejoined us, so let me ask her. On the 14th, have you invited presenters, or are you spoken with DCD on CAP 3518?
I've spoken with Rodney for April 14th.
Rodney who?
Rodney, their advisor.
Oh, RDC? Not.
Yeah, RDC. Rodney Todd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he has told me that RDC is booked all the way into May. And I was hoping that BNF and RDC could meet prior to spring session, because you know that legislation is going to spring session.
Yeah, I think this was supposed to be a work session with DCD, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I did, but I haven't heard back. I think they were probably preparing. What I wanted them to do was to look at CAP 3518 and using the exhibits, I think it's A through E, to just give a summary on each of the projects. Some that are completed, just kind of a status on all of them. Some have been changed. You know, those are all 4.1 million per delegate was.
So did they confirm for Friday or?
Well, DCP said that they would work on it, and then I haven't followed up with them because I had spoken with Chair Parrish, and she just said, let's just cancel that scheduling. So since the RDC
I didn't
wasn't
say they didn't cancel this scheduling.
Vice Chair Slater?
Delegate Damon.
The reason why I bring that up was because we were wanting to get questions answered in advance to spring session regarding CAP 35-18. And because that legislation was coming back next week at spring session, that was the whole topic, so that BNF could be prepared if there was any questions or for the follow-up. But if committee members don't think that they need that information, then it was the whole reason why was just to schedule that before the spring session. So I take it up the committee's what the committee's direction then is, if we don't need that, because I know that this colleagues, this is the legislation that everybody else, all the other committees moved forward, but the Budget and Finance Committee voted down. And clearly there was a message to have DCD be accountable for what they enacted on and trying to follow up and what the legislation currently states rather than kicking the can down the road. So it was trying to say questions to DCD on what the direction they're looking at and if they're actually needing an extension, they don't with projects, because I think it's up to our job as the fiscal agents for the nation to make sure that some of these projects aren't ready to go. These dollars need to be moved around or even possibly reverted back to the citizen account. Thank you.
So committee members, we still have something on the books that we voted on before. Nothing's changed there. And was it to start at 9 or was it the afternoon?
It was at 9 o'clock and the BNF could just very well meet by themselves.
So,
That will continue on, right, Friday?
yeah, I think,
Do we have a quorum, or we don't?
well, it's a
need
work
quorum?
session.
Work session.
I think the question is, if we want to have, or I don't know, share that this is happening and try and communicate with the rest of the council, and let them know that we're going to be discussing this. I just think it'd be valuable to do that.
Vice Chair Slater, I also want to mention that on April 14th, the Navajo Nation Economic Diversification meeting will be happening with the United States Office of Indian Energy on Friday.
Commission. Task force.
Honorable Slater, then I mean, if that's the case, I just now remembered that again. Chair Parrish told me earlier. Then I don't know who's going to be there because you and Madam Chair are going to be at that meeting that day. So I don't think it's going to be. And I don't know if Mr. Honorable Azart's not going to be there too. So it's just going to be me, myself, Madam Chair Crotty. I know she has her sexual assault prevention meetings on Friday morning too. So.
I think she's also on the task force as well.
Oh yes. So it's me and Shane Norman Begay will be holding it down at this work session. If this is still a green light. And we can figure out, we'll solve the problems of the nation this Friday, led by Shane Norman.
Can we also ask for a written report?
Maybe we could do that.
Because I'd like an update. I want an update on all the projects.
So you want to go that road instead, just to get a written report instead of a work session?
Delegate Damon, I didn't understand whether you were being serious and saying I want to push forward or.
No, I mean, it's the reality of it is just going to be Honorable Norman Begay and myself there. So I guess the question at hand then goes back to what Honorable Madam Chair just indicated. Maybe the request should just be a written report and making sure that they have that ready by the time that legislation goes before council, so that we know where these projects are at before and each and one of those projects. So that's I guess that's my question, or that's my suggestion too as well. Maybe yourself, Ms. Nakai, can work on the memo and send that over to DCD and get that done. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and we'll make that request to them. I think another item, never mind, I won't suggest that. So we'll request a written report from them by Friday on the status of all the CAP 3518 projects. Is that your request, Delegate Damon?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this MOU agenda. It looks kind of fluffy, but okay. The Office of Indian Energy.
Yes.
Okay, so, you know, we'll keep this included in that motion.
All right, on this discussion, there's two new things that I think we learned as you're pro-temming. I've never heard anybody say 2.5 or 2.5 as a second, and the word fluffy. So I think I might just call you Fluffy from here on out, Fluffy.
What is that comedian? Is it Gabriel Iglesias or?
Gabriel Iglesias.
Yeah, he goes by Fluffy. I mean, I look more like Enrique Iglesias. It's getting late, and I haven't eaten these French fries. Okay, thank you, Delegate Damon. Thank you, committee members, for participating in this logistics discussion. So we're going to cancel the 14th. We're going to request a written report on CAP 3518, and then I already reviewed the other agenda items for the 4th and the 5th. Is there any other items we'd like to discuss at this time related to logistics?
Yeah, motion. Okay, never mind.
Okay, hearing none, let's go to a vote. Ms. Nelson?
Yes, Vice Chair, roll call vote on the item. Honorable Marta Esseret, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Marta Esseret votes green. Honorable Norman M. Begay, how do you vote?
Red.
Thank you. Honorable Norman M. Begay votes red. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, and 1 member excused. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you very much. Okay. Ms. Mock, at the end of the meeting, or before Friday, can you send an email to the committee just reviewing those items, since Delegate Crowder wasn't on, so she can just know what's up. Okay, so we're gonna move on to item old business 6. There's none. We're gonna move on to reports. So it'll be 7A. Recommendations to amend the eligibility process. Presenter Cordell Shorty, Contracting Officer, Office of Management and Budget, and Mel Rodas, Assistant Attorney General, Tax Unit, Department of Justice. And I believe that Mr. Rodas sent out an email this morning, and I don't remember the time, so give me a moment. It looks like it was, that's a month ago. He sent it out at 9:16 a.m. to the committee, and a whole mess of other folks. So, Mr. Shorty, are you on the line? Yeah. Okay. Well, Mr. Rodas, you're recognized to make your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And good afternoon, members of the committee. This is Mel Rodas from the Tax and Finance Unit of DOJ. Mr. Vice Chair, I'm wondering if there was a confusion with the agenda, because I actually presented on this topic, the eligibility process, the eligibility review process. I presented on that on March 30th. But on the 30th, Mr. Vice Chair, you had asked me to prepare a special report on recommendations regarding the reallocation process. So I'm wondering, sir, which report did you want me to present on it this time, because what I emailed out this morning was what you requested, the recommendations on the reallocation process. Thank you.
Well, committee members, I'm the chair, I'm neutral, but, you know, elbow in the ribs. I would like to hear the recommendations regarding the reallocation process, not the, what we already heard before. We already heard that, so I'd like to continue. And we can, when we have a motion in a second, we can relabel this presentation. But the email you sent out, that's the one that I think we should be covering. Yeah, reallocation of funds, I don't know.
There's your name, sir. Listen to your responses.
Yeah, but you see this reallocation of funds, not a minute ago. Yeah, it was an error in the development of the agenda, so. Mr. Rodas, please continue. On the memo you sent out this morning, that topic.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'll just jump right into the report that I had sent out this morning. And just to highlight what I'm going to cover, A would be deadline dates and FRF resolutions. B, the FRF reallocation process. C, the process to modify FRF expenditure plans that have already been approved by council.
Vice Chair Slater?
Yes, Delegate Parrish?
I apologize, Mr. Rodas, but the email that we received, it's labeled attorney-client privileged. Is this presentation also attorney-client privilege only?
Mr. Rodas, are you providing publicly available information in this portion?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. I'm not going to read the entire memo that's attorney-client privileged, and that's not to be distributed, but I'm just going to give highlights of what my recommendations are and what the resolutions state, which is the resolutions are public information, and then I'll just give an overview of my recommendations. Thank you.
Chair Parrish, are you good?
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, and thank you, Mr. Rodas.
Okay, Mr. Rodas, please continue.
Thank you. D, reallocations from and among FRF administration funds, budgets for central support and regulatory offices, and E, reallocations to and from the FRF construction contingencies expenditure plan. So I'll just go over some important deadline dates that are in Navajo Nation Council resolutions. Starting, and these are in chronological order. So with CJY 4121, Section 7F, there's a deadline date of March 31st of 2024. And that is the deadline for central support and regulatory office funds to be either spent or encumbered. So if there are administration funds that were allocated to central support and regulatory offices that are not encumbered by that date, then they would be reallocated to the fiscal recovery fund account. And my recommendations here are the resolution doesn't specifically state that it's an automatic reversion or if a resolution would be needed. And so it would be helpful to have clarity on that. Also, I read this as a deadline to obligate or to expend, not both. So funds don't have to be expended by March 31 of 2024. The other thing is leadership might want to consider or reconsider that date in light of the fact that most central support and regulatory offices are going to need to have as much time as possible to obligate and expend their administration funding, their administrative cost funds. And another consideration is that personnel costs, and this is an internal matter for the Navajo Nation. This isn't a federal standard, but for the nation, personnel costs aren't considered to be obligated and encumbered until payroll is due, is my understanding. And so we have to figure out how the central support and regulatory offices are going to obligate their payroll expenses in advance of that date or any other date that is modified in the future. Moving on to Resolution CJN 2922, Section 13G. There's a deadline date of March 31 of 2024. All fiscal recovery funds have not been allocated to an expenditure plan by council resolution may be allocated to the construction contingencies expenditure plan. And my comment there is all fiscal recovery funds to this point have already been allocated by council resolution, except for investment income. The other thing is that states may be allocated to construction contingencies expenditure plan, not shall. So that's permissive. Again, CJN, all these other dates now are going to be in CJN 2922. Section 12B2, there's a deadline date of June 30th of 2024. Funds not obligated and encumbered shall be reported to NABI and are subject to reversion by resolution of the committee. Funds reverted to the fiscal recovery fund will then be available for reallocation to other expenditure plans by council resolution. So again, this is not an automatic reversion because a resolution is required. And so NABI has the authority to claw back the funding, put it back into the big pot, and then council retains the authority to reallocate the funding. The next deadline date in CJN 2922 is section 13H. That date is June 30th of 2024. Funds allocated but not obligated and encumbered shall automatically revert to the fiscal recovery fund and shall be reallocated by council resolution. So my comment there is the June 30th, 2024 deadline falls before the September 30, 2024 deadline for delegates to submit their delegate region project plans. And so there's a question as to whether funds from the chapter and regional assistance expenditure plan would be subject to that June 30th, 2024 deadline. The next deadline date is September 30th of 2024. That's in CJN 2922, section 3E1. And on September 30th, LGA certified chapters shall return to OOC all unobligated and unencumbered chapter delegate region project plan funds. I think that deadline is a good idea, but there's not a legal consequence for failure to return the funds. And so we're having to address that in the subrecipient agreement template to LGA certified chapters, just reinforcing that the funds have to be returned on that date. And then the other comment is that the September 30th, 2024 deadline to return the funds that are unobligated is the exact same date as the deadline for delegates to submit their list of projects and their appendices and supporting documents to the FRF office. So my comment on that, and that deadline is specified in section 3K. And I think that the deadline of September 30th of 2024 for delegates to submit their lists and their appendices and supporting documents is a very, very late deadline. And I would suggest moving that backward to March 31st of 2024. That would just be my recommendation for leadership's consideration. I think if it were March 31st of 2024, and we've already seen that delegates are making significant progress on getting their projects reviewed by DOJ and getting legislation approved by council. And so maybe this won't even be an issue at that time, but I think that a September 30, 2024 deadline is very late. And the next deadline is specified in section 13J, and that deadline date is November 20 of 2024. That funds for chapter and delegate projects not obligated and encumbered shall be automatically reallocated to the construction contingencies expenditure plan. My comment here is that November 20th of 2024 is very late to claw back unobligated and unencumbered funds for delegate region project plans, because the nation has to meet the federal deadline of December 31 of 2024 to obligate funds. So if you consider Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays and all of the weekends, it really doesn't give very much time to the nation to reallocate the funds and to use the funds that fall into the construction contingencies expenditure plan. So the next deadline date is June 30th of 2026. That's specified in section 12C. And projects and services funded with FRF must be completed and all FRF funds must be fully spent. So this provision is a deadline to execute projects. It doesn't say what happens if they're not executed by that date. And leadership might want to consider changing the deadline to provide, from June to September, to provide a few extra months for programs and subrecipients and chapters to execute their projects. With the understanding that if there are projects that just aren't making any progress and you can see that in advance, then council could consider clawing back that funding. But for projects that are advancing on schedule, maybe giving them until September of 2026 before clawing back the funds. Okay, and then section 13I speaks to the deadline date of section 3E, I'm skipping around here. 3E addresses the deadline date of September 30th of 2026, when LGA certified chapters shall return to OOC unexpended funds. This provision does not specify whether those funds are automatically reverting to the fiscal recovery fund. And then if you look at section 13K on November 20th of 2026, funds from chapter and delegate region projects that are not expended by DCD or LGA certified chapters shall be automatically reallocated to the construction contingencies expenditure plan. I think that November 20th of 2026 is very late to claw back unexpended funds for delegate region project plans, considering that the nation has to meet the federal deadline of December 31 of 2026 to expend funds. So leadership might want to consider that November 2026 deadline again. Mr. Vice Chair, are there any questions about the timeline before I move on to the next section?
Committee members, the floor is open for questions or discussion to this point in the report.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, you're recognized.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Pro Tem. Yeah, thank you, Sharon, Mr. Rodas, for the report. Could you give us the time frame or recommended date if some of these dates are considered late, heading up to the federal deadlines? There has been some advocacy to try to extend the U.S. Treasury deadlines, but understanding that hasn't taken place, I want to be very careful in terms of not jeopardizing any of these dollars. Could you give us some timelines on how we could move forward, just to notify delegates or projects that could possibly be impacted if we do move forward in shortening the time frame for those projects? Thank you.
Discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair Crotty, for the
No,
question.
where was that? Committee members, are there any other questions or discussion? Okay, hearing none, Mr. Rose, please continue.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I appreciate the question. In terms of deadline dates that I think are late, I would particularly focus on the November deadlines. So November 20th of 2024, to claw back funding, or for funding to be reallocated to the construction contingencies expenditure plan from unobligated, unencumbered chapter and delegate region project plans. So I would recommend moving that back to September instead of November 20th. I would say maybe September 30th of 2024 would be my recommendation. And then with the deadline date of November 20th of 2026, which is the deadline for expenditure of funds for chapter and delegate region project plans. Again, I would recommend September 30th of 2026, and those funds would be automatically reallocated to the construction contingencies expenditure plan.
Committee members, additional questions or comments before Mr. Rose proceeds?
Delegate Crotty with a follow-up.
Delegate Crotty, you recognized?
Thank you, Pro Tem. Mr. Rodashash, thank you. In terms of how the legislation was amended, for the funding to be reverted to construction projects, did that strike out language for any surplus funding to be reallocated for the hardship funding. Is that now is there any opportunity now for any of the surplus funding that's not expended within that time frame to help or to fund the hardship allocation? Thank you.
Mr. Rodas, you can reply.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair Crowdy, for the question. So just to be clear, I may have said something that was confusing previously. There hasn't been an amendment with respect to the construction contingencies expenditure plan. That was original language in CJN 2922, but I'm suggesting that there be an amendment to change those particular dates, those deadline dates. But in terms of funding, either automatically being reallocated to hardship assistance or being reallocated by resolution, that's certainly something that leadership can consider. With a qualifying, I would add a qualifying statement to that though, which is under Treasury guidance, hardship cash assistance, like our hardship assistance program, has to be proportional to the harm. It has to be a reasonable amount. And so DOJ would have to take a close look at how much funding has been allocated, because we would have to add the hardship assistance that was allocated through CARES, the regular CARES, senior citizen hardship assistance, and also FRF hardship assistance, to make sure that an additional allocation of hardship assistance would still be within bounds for Treasury. Thank you.
Committee members? Committee members, would you permit me to ask a question? Mr. Rodas, so say you have a great situation where a program or a project comes in under budget. So you had funds obligated toward the contract or encumbered, I can't remember which one we're saying. And then that money is no longer needed for that project. And we're now in January of 2026. And say we want to reallocate it for another project that does have funding obligated or encumbered under a contract, and say it's a multi-phase design. We authorized the completion of the full design, knowing that we would probably only be able to fund phase one with what was there. Can we then, if we have the money to do it, reallocate and fund phase two? Or once you have a dollar that's been encumbered or obligated to a contract and it's coming back to the nation, does it have to either revert back to the FRF or just go back to the feds?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for the question. As long as council reallocates the funding before the federal deadline to obligate funds, I think that we're safe. But we can't, meet the federal deadline to obligate funds, and then after the federal deadline, claw back the funding and try to allocate it to something else and then obligate it to something else. Because then we've missed the obligation deadline, would be my take on that. But you mentioned cost savings, and I think that's an important point that you made. And if you look at CJN 2922, and I'll just refer to page 6 of the report, section 3. But if you look at CJN 2922 sections 12G and 12H, that refers to cost savings. So in G, awarded fiscal recovery funds, including cost savings, may be administratively moved between projects and or services included within the same expenditure plan, as long as such projects or services share the same treasury expenditure category for reporting purposes. So if we're talking about one expenditure plan that has like multiple projects, you can move and you have cost savings with project 1. You can administratively move your cost savings from project 1 to project 2 as long as you're within the same expenditure plan and it's the same expenditure category. So, and then if you look at 12H, this speaks to cost savings again. Awarded fiscal recovery funds, including cost savings, cannot be moved between expenditure plans. So you can't take it from expenditure plan for housing and move it to bathroom additions without approval of the council by council resolution enacted pursuant to 2 NNC 164A17 and 2 NNC 1005. So meaning there has to be a council resolution and final action by the president if you're trying to take cost savings and move it from one expenditure plan to a different expenditure plan. As long as you're moving within projects within the same expenditure plan, that can be handled administratively.
Colleagues, do you mind if I ask a follow-up? Thank you. Okay, so for example, we have 2 expenditure plans. Well, no, that's navigation imposed laws that we've set in place. Say we were going to say you can move them between expenditure plans. On the Treasury guidance side and regulations there, does it have to be, and I'm talking about post December 31st, 2024. So now we're in 2025 and 2026. Are you allowed to move cost savings between projects if they share the same eligibility category? Or is there any way to share cost savings between projects?
Mr. Vice Chair, once we've passed the federal deadline to obligate, I don't think that we can de-obligate and then obligate to something else. So, but let me try to think through this with an example. So if we're talking about funds have already been obligated under a contract with a construction company, and the contract was to build 100 homes, and there was cost savings for some reason, and you want to now build 115 homes. The funds have already been obligated under that construction contract. So even if you've passed the federal deadline to obligate funds, I think we're safe in that instance. But if you're talking about you have a cost savings with housing and you want to put those funds toward bathroom additions or benefits for veterans or hardship assistance or what have you. I think that we're going to have a problem with the federal guidance and the statute itself because of the deadline to obligate funds. But I can explore that. I can take a deeper dive on that and get back to you.
Okay, I have some follow-ups, but Delegate Begay here in the room has a question or comment for you. Delegate Begay, you're recognized.
Thank you for your report, and I got a question on the, not the $8.2 million the council delegate cut themselves, but the other portion of it, how much is it per delegate that they're given? Besides the $8.2 million the council delegate tried to campaign on, that they got this kind of money. But the other money, like scattered homes, bathroom additions and all that, how much money is given to each delegate? I hear that it's 50 million. Is that true or not?
Wait 1 second, Mr. Otis. So, I would say read the legislation, and we should have another work session again, but there are some expenditure plans that are equal distribution by delegate region. For example, the housing program, it's $50 million in housing. One of the ways that the politics work is they want an equal distribution of that. So you do that, it's, I think, $2,083,000 per delegate region. With the broadband, for example, there's last mile and middle mile. And it was to the extent that it's feasible, they will try and maximize coverage across all the delegate regions. But the way that build-out works, that's not how things happen. So we had a presentation here previously from NNTRC and the Fiscal Recovery Fund Broadband Office that showed us what the projects were that are going out to bid. And they have a theoretical value assigned to those based off of submissions that have come in, but they're still putting them out to bid so that anyone can, any telecommunications provider can say, we're going to do this. With veterans housing, I don't believe that's on equal distribution. That is based off of or tying into the priority listing that they've had in the existing accounts, application process. So for each one of these expenditure plans, so then for example, you have, the transitional mental health housing and the substance abuse and treatment, all that stuff. Those are for programs and then kind of specific places where they're going to improve the facilities and things like that. So that's not, whether you want to say that that's benefiting a delegate region, if it's in a particular place, you can, but in theory, it's an impact back to the nation. So there isn't going to be one precise number of what the impact is to a delegate region or a chapter until all the accounting has taken place. Because we could say we're going to spend $50 million on housing and then they could just completely not get it done, Or they only get it done in these certain chapters. So right now, I think to answer your question, there isn't that. The only thing that is concrete is that 8.8 million per delegate. Beyond that, when there is equal distribution, like housing, which is really the main one. I'm not sure of any other ones right now.
So it's like a first come, first serve. Whoever gets their paperwork done or get approved right away.
For the 8.8?
No, the other one.
No, because they're really data based. So like the data from the veteran side, that's all the existing applications, right? For housing, you're on this list, this wait list. For telecommunications and broadband infrastructure, over the past year, they've met with, or basically from June of 22 onward, the Fiscal Recovery Fund Broadband Office started meeting with each of the delegates and saying, please articulate your broadband needs in your community, poor service areas, et cetera. So, we did that. And then right now they're in the RFP process of putting that out there based off of the funds that they have. Trying to think of other programs there. For health and those things, it's not really an application process, it's, doing public health programming. Do you want to ask a follow-up to that? Okay. Delegate Begay is handling some business right now. Wheeling and dealing over here. No, sorry. Okay. And no checks were cut to delegates. He was being facetious for anyone listening in on the line. That is a falsehood that has been shared by a lot of people. It's just the money is kept in winter. All this money is in winter right now, essentially, except for the hardship funding. So I did have a follow-up, Mr. Rodas, and that was something I probably just forgot. No. So essentially, oh yes, okay. As you've been working through the construction contracts or the A&E contracts, or if you're doing CMAR or design build, whatever it is, have you been contemplating having a more generous scope with them? Like, if you're saying, okay, you can take savings from one project and reprogram it into another related to that one construction contract, is that something that has been looked at by your program or anyone else within DOJ and the Fiscal Recovery Fund office?
Vice Chair Slater, can you say a little more about what you mean by being generous with the scope of contracts? I'm not sure if I understand.
Okay, so we were walking through an example earlier where, contract X with Chi Builders. I don't know, I hope that's not something that actually exists and I'm plugging them, but Chi X Builders. They have a contract for $2 million to build, X number of, say, 10 homes in delegate, so-and-so's delegate region. And then they also have a contract to fix up the senior center in one of the chapters in that delegate region. And so they had savings in home construction, not enough to the point where they could construct a whole new home, but say, could you move that funding from the home construction savings and then put it into the senior center renovation in 2025 or 2026? Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I appreciate the clarification. So there's, with respect to service contracts and construction contracts, there would be a separate contract for each expenditure plan for each contractor. So there wouldn't be, let's say that DCD did a procurement and they were going to award contracts to the same construction company, Chi X construction company, and that company was going to do home construction and a senior center. There would still be two separate contracts because there's two expenditure plans. And so that's my understanding of the way that it's going to work, although I don't deal with construction contracts. But so now we're talking about moving funds. Now we're talking about moving funds from one expenditure plan and one contract to another expenditure plan and another contract. And so the way that the statute, the way that CJN 2922 is now, you cannot move funding from one expenditure plan to another without council approval and final action by the president. You can move money within the same expenditure plan. If there are multiple projects within the same expenditure plan, you can move from one to another. So if we're talking about an expenditure plan for water lines, and you know, there's water lines being constructed in one area, and there's some hiccup, and you need to move funding to a line in another area. You can do that because it's in the same water line expenditure plan. They're just different projects within the same expenditure plan. That would be acceptable. But moving from one expenditure plan to another expenditure plan would have to go back to council with final action by the president. And maybe one way to think about this, and I know that there's a desire to move things through as efficiently and quickly as possible, but then there's also this other concern, which is, and this is more of a political concern than a legal concern, but the balance of powers, right? Because we have a 3-branch government, and so we're talking about legislative power authorities and executive authorities. And so if you're talking about, can money be moved administratively without council approval, then it could, but there would have to be that amendment made in the legislation so that council is delegating its authority. Council has the power to delegate its authority, so it would have to specifically, explicitly say, in these instances, A, B, C, D, the executive branch has the authority to approve movement of these funds administratively.
Thank you. I guess what I was more getting at is past the obligation encumbrance deadline, December 31, 2024, on the Treasury side, could something like that conceivably happen if we're ignoring the self-imposed limitations and just purely going off of the Treasury guidelines? I think before 2024, we have the process, we understand what that is. You can move things in between eligibility categories and expenditure plans, with a council resolution. But if we're just reflecting on the Treasury guidelines, then could something like that be done post December 31, 2024?
I don't think that we can de-obligate and re-obligate funds after the federal deadline to obligate funds, but I can take a deeper dive into that and get back to you with a definitive answer. But right now, my impression is that federal deadline date to obligate funds would bar us from doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Rodas. Delegate Begay has a question.
So my 3 communities are kind of like they want to explain how these monies will be used. So they put in for all kinds of projects. So my question would be, they got water project, they got sewer project, they got bathroom addition, they got power line, they got you name it, they got scattered homes, they got, so the other day I was meeting with the BCB people, and they said the cap for each delegate was at 50 million. That's where I got the 50 million from. But it seems like the vice chair is saying that it's not so 50 million. It might be less or it might be more, depending on how the community put in, like, for these projects, right? If their ducks are in order, they're ready to move on, right?
You want to have Mel answer this, right?
Yeah.
Mel, did you catch that? I mean, Mr. Rodas? Yes, thank you, sir. I've never heard the 50 million figure put forth. That's the first time I'm hearing that. I have heard the misconception that all delegate regions will get the same uh, amount of benefit from FRF. And I agree with Vice Chair Slater that that's not necessarily the case, because there are needs-based programs that where there will be an application process and people will be applying for benefits, and they might not, the benefit might not be evenly distributed against all 24 delegate regions. So in terms of equal distribution, in CJN 2922, the housing expenditure plan, the CHID housing expenditure plan, is equal distribution by delegate region. I'm going to take a closer look at the resolution after this meeting. I don't immediately see other expenditure plans that are equal distribution. So I'll have to get back to you on that. But I do not believe that the 50 million statement was correct. Thank you.
Is that all?
So I just probably need to get the legislation number and see, I'll read that, see what it says. Do you have a number?
CJN 2922.
That's the one for the 8.2 million, the other bigger one.
That's the big one.
It's all in one package?
There was an initial legislation, I think it was CJY 6721, that kind of created the outline and then identified.
29 is the, 2922 is the 8.2.
8.8, but.
Yeah, something like that.
But it wasn't just that. I mean, it had broadband housing, veterans housing, former Bennett Freeze housing. It had different public health response line items and yeah, a whole bunch of other things. But yeah, that's CJN 2922. I have a copy of it on my thing if you figure out how to transfer it to. But I mean, it's on the website too, all the exhibits.
That's what I asking for the number.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rodas, have you concluded your presentation? Had such a fun time talking.
Oh, actually not yet, sir. Did you want me to carry on?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. So now I'm at letter B, the FRF reallocation process, and I'm going to cover automatic reversions, automatic reallocations to construction contingency expenditure plan, reallocation when an expenditure plan is not making sufficient progress, reallocations within versus between expenditure plans, which I already covered, reallocations or modifications within the delegate region project plan. So in terms of automatic reversions and automatic reallocations to the construction contingency expenditure plan, these are some of the deadline dates that I was referring to earlier. So June 30, 2024, funds that are not obligated and encumbered shall automatically revert to the fiscal recovery fund. September 30, 2024, that's the deadline for delegates to submit a comprehensive list of projects and their appendices and supporting documents. And if they miss that deadline, then their 8.8 million would automatically revert to the fiscal recovery fund. November 20, 2024, funds for delegate, chapter and delegate region project plan projects not obligated and encumbered shall be automatically reallocated to the construction contingencies expenditure plan. June 30, 2026, funds that have not been expended by the nation and subrecipients shall automatically revert to the fiscal recovery fund and be reallocated by council resolution. November 20, 2026, funds not expended, funds for chapter and delegate region project plans that have not been expended by DCD or LGA certified chapters shall automatically be reallocated to the construction contingencies expenditure plan. So those are all the automatics. The other dates require a resolution. And so moving on to reallocations when an FRF expenditure plan is not making sufficient progress. And I'm at the bottom of page 5. So there's a lot of reporting required, and with good reason, because this is a lot of money, and we have to do this correctly and carefully. So the Budget and Finance Committee and standing committees of council are going to be monitoring these allocations and expenditure plans very closely. Reporting is required on a quarterly basis, but obviously you can require reporting more frequently if you want. But standing committees with legislative oversight over expenditure plans will receive their quarterly reports. And then the FRF office, OOC, and OMB are reporting to BFC and the NABI committee at the end of each fiscal quarter as well. And so under section 12B2 of CJN 2922, funds that are not obligated and encumbered by June 30th of 2024 are going to be reported to NABI. And those are subject to reversion by NABI resolution. And then once NABI claws the funds back, council can reallocate them. So that's the process. If in this reporting procedure, BFC or standing committees or NABI notice, hey, this project that I have oversight over is not making progress, we need to think about taking that money back and allocating it to something that has a better chance of success. I also want to say that even though there are very specific timelines that I've gone over, I think that council has the authority to reallocate funding, provided that it's by a resolution of 2/3 vote of the full membership of council and final action by the president. I think council can reallocate funding at any time, and they're not just limited to those very specific deadline dates that are in the resolution. Okay, reallocation within an expenditure plan versus between an expenditure plan. I already covered that, so I won't go into that again, but that's just for your reference. That's CJN 2922, sections 12G and 12H. Reallocations and modifications within a delegate region project plan. So there are some instances where we might start to see modifications to expenditure plans that were included within delegate region project plan resolutions. So if an expenditure plan has not been approved by council and acted upon by the president yet, then it hasn't been adopted. And so if a chapter or a delegate changes their mind and says, I submitted it to DOJ already, but we have some changes. We want to change the funding request amount, or we want to change the scope of work, that's fine. Just make the changes and resubmit it to DOJ for another review. But if we're talking about a project or an expenditure plan has already been approved by council as part of the delegate region project plan for that delegate region, then you have to look at the rules for modification of expenditure plans that have been approved. So you would look to CJN 2922, sections 12G through 12K. And then you'd also look to the Budget and Finance Committee resolution, BFS 3121, and that's section 8 of all 5 exhibits. And section 8 is what speaks to modification of expenditure plans. So I'm just going to sum it up. It's a little bit long, but I'm just going to be very brief and say If there's a proposed increase in the amount of funding, it has to go to council. If there's a proposed change in the purpose and intent of the expenditure plan, it has to go to council. And if there's a substantial change in the scope of work, that has to go to council and with final action by the president. So I'm making a recommendation here. I do agree with the change in funding going to council and the change in the purpose and intent of the expenditure plan going to council with final action by the president. But I would like to suggest for leadership's consideration, a legislative amendment to CJN 2922 that would allow approval of changes to the scope of work of an expenditure plan to be approved by a legislative oversight committee and BFC. Because there could be a lot of expenditure plans that, you know, we might see due to time restrictions, due to difficulties obtaining labor materials, due to funding limitations and so forth, the scopes of work of these expenditure plans are going to change. I think that's going to be the most common modification that we're going to see is modifications to the scope of work. And I really think that that could be handled at an oversight committee level instead of going back to council, provided that there's no change in funding amount and there's no change in the purpose and intent of the expenditure plan. That would be my suggestion there. And then I think that there also might be instances, we haven't seen it yet, but we may, where a delegate region project plan was approved last December under the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And now there are obviously new delegates in place, and they may have different ideas than their predecessors' ideas. And they might say, you know what, I want to swap out some projects. I want to swap out some expenditure plans. I don't want to focus on housing. I want to focus on water, or I want to, you know, do this, or I want to do that. And so those types of swapping projects out, that would require the 2/3 vote of council with final action by the president. That's what CJN 2922 requires. That's also what CJY 4121 requires, and I think that that's the correct approach. So I'm not making any recommendations to move that to the committee oversight level, but you know, council could certainly do that if they wanted to delegate that approval authority to a standing committee in BFC. That's definitely within council's authority. And then moving on to letter C, and I'm on page 7 of the report, the process to modify council approved FRF expenditure plans. So again, this has to do with BFS 3121, section 8, modifying expenditure plans or budgets, and also CJN 2922, sections 12G through 12K. And the two really mirror and complement each other. There's nothing in CJN 2922 that is missing from BFS 3121. So that's good. But it just, you know, talks about, is there a funding increase? Is there a change in the purpose and intent? Is there a substantial change in the scope of work of the project? And then 12H, again, I covered this, but if there's a cost savings or for whatever other reason, a program wants to move funds, or a delegate wants to move funds from one project to another project within the same expenditure plan, that can be done administratively. Under 12I, if we're talking about moving funds from one expenditure plan to another expenditure plan, that requires a council resolution and final action by the president. And then 12J, we haven't covered this yet. For approved expenditure plans for need-based projects and services such as bathroom additions or home electricity connection projects, those can be administratively modified without going to council. So long as there's not an increase in funding, and so long as the project or service is within the same expenditure category. So if we're talking about bathroom additions and the idea is to build, I'm just going to throw out a number because I'm not really sure, 100 bathroom additions, and there's some inflationary costs and we have to change the plan. Still building bathroom additions, but maybe in different areas, maybe for a different dollar amount. We might be building more or fewer. That can be handled administratively. We don't have to go to council for that. If we're adding projects and services to an approved expenditure plan, when the projects and services are not need-based, you'd have to go back to DOJ for an eligibility determination. And then those can be approved by a resolution of a standing committee that has oversight over the expenditure plan and the Budget and Finance Committee. So we're talking about just adding projects and services to an approved expenditure plan. There's not an increase in the funding amount, so the funding amount stays the same. So this, again, this might be like a cost savings issue. And with inflation the way that it is, there might not be a lot of cost savings, but there may be. So, but it's important to note that this can be handled at the standing committee level and approval of BFC. And then if we're talking about an increase in funding or taking money from one project to another and the projects don't share the same expenditure category, those have to go to council with final action by the president. Moving on to letter D, and I'm on page 10 of the report. This has to do with reapportionment of FRF administrative funding for budgets for central support services and regulatory offices. So you'll recall that under CJY 4121, section 7, that's where there was an allocation, an immediate allocation of 10% of all FRF funding for these administrative costs for central support services and regulatory offices. Executive got 90% of the 10%, legislative got 10% of the 10%. And CJY 4121 said that OPVP could apportion the funding for executive, and the speaker with consultation from NABI could apportion the funds for legislative. And so TFU's position is that if there is to be, if there's a cost savings or one of the offices doesn't need their funding and another office needs it more, then OPVP can reapportion those funds for executive, and speaker in consultation with NABI can reapportion those funds for legislative. And that would not require oversight committee approval or council approval. And then letter E, moving on to reallocations. to and from the FRF construction contingencies expenditure plan. So you'll recall that CJN 2922 in section 13, section 13, that is what established the construction contingencies expenditure plan. It started out with only $500. The purpose was to use available unallocated, unencumbered cost savings funds from other FRF expenditure plans to fund construction contingencies. So if there's a cost overrun due to inflationary labor costs, inflationary material costs, or unanticipated site issues or what have you, then that project or that funding recipient can make a request administratively, and it doesn't have to be approved by an oversight committee or council, but can make a request for administrative approval of additional funding to cover that construction contingency, the cost overrun from that construction budget. So there's no process established yet. The resolution said that the Office of the President, Vice President, FRF Office, OMB, and OOC with advice from DOJ shall develop a streamlined administrative process for approving requests for funding from FRF Construction Contingencies Expenditure Plan and to process budget transfers. So this process has not been established. TFU is recommending to keep it as simple as possible, just a simple application process where a Navajo Nation program, either of its own accord or on behalf of its subrecipient, could electronically submit to the administrative oversight entity and the FRF office a one-page application explaining the budget shortfall, the reason for the shortfall, if it's due to inflationary costs of materials and labor, project delays, what have you, and attach supporting documents. And the supporting documents could be the original expenditure plan, the original project schedule, the revised project schedule, the original budget, and an OMB budget revision request form. And then the administrative oversight entity and the FRF office would meet and determine whether to approve or disapprove the request. If the request is approved, then the FRF office would submit that to OMB with a cover sheet indicating approval of the request, and then attaching the request and all the supporting documents. That would be my recommendation for the administrative process for the construction contingencies expenditure plan. And that's the end of my report. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee.
Committee members, do we have any questions for Mr. Rodas? So you're good? No? Very comprehensive. Can I ask a question? No? I gotta say one thing. So at the very base, it sounds like we need to have just the most precise understanding prior to the obligation deadline. And I guess, Mr. Rodas, my request to you would be maybe at our first May meeting, you, in concert with Mr. Platero, consider what would be the best way to, not way, but the best purpose for which we could reallocate funding. and just start thinking about that. We could email and discuss in the intervening time period and then discuss whether you'll have the presentation then or later. But committee members, if there's no further questions or discussion, we ready to vote?
Moving on.
And we have,
Former speaker says moving on.
we have no motion and second at this point, I think. Motion? Committee members?
I'll motion, I guess.
Okay, a motion from Delegate Begay. Do you have a second, committee members?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Okay. You have a second from Delegate Crotty.
Vote.
Last call before we vote. Okay, Ms. Nelson, can you do a roll call vote on 7A?
Yes, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the report. Honorable Mardo Esseret, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Mardo Esseret votes green. Honorable Norman M. Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Norman M. Begay votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
Delegate Damon is excused. He's meeting with the U.S. Public Health Service.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Abercrombie Crotty, how do you vote?
Shouted, this is Delegate Crotty, voting green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Abercrombie Crotty votes green. Honorable Shondine Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Shondine Parrish votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member excused. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you very much, Ms. Nelson. We're going to move on to item B, analysis, state small business credit initiative, presenter Jeremy Jimmy, investment manager, investment section, office of the controller. Mr. Jimmy? Say that. Okay, did he email it to us?
Not yet.
Not yet?
My schedule's been really busy, so I'd rather drafted this morning.
Okay. Committee members, are you happy to accept this as a written report and we can defer a discussion on it until later? Okay.
Motion to accept the report.
Norman Begay, Delegate Norman Begay has said as much. Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, committee members, Mr. Jimmy just provided it to us, so we're going to distribute it to the committee. They're going to scan it right now and send it out. So, any discussion?
Nope. Vote.
During twice?
3 1/4.
2 1/2? Okay, Ms. Nelson, can you please do a roll call vote on 7B?
Yes, roll call vote on the report. Mardo Esseret, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Mardo Esseret votes green. Honorable Norman M. Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Norman M. Begay votes green. Honorable Abercrombie Crotty, how do you vote?
Shouted, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Abercrombie Crotty votes red. Honorable Shondine Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Shondine Parrish votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member excused. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman? 3 to 1. Oh, I'm sorry. I have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 1 member opposing, and 1 member excused. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Okay. We're going to move on to item 7C, PTF 5-year plan, Shiprock Hotel / Restaurant. Presenter Stan Sapp, CEO, Navajo Hospitality Enterprise. He's been with us all day.
Good afternoon, committee members, Vice Chair Slater. So I hope you've been provided this information. I think Peggy passed it out. I'll summarize it. I've got kind of a few slides. Peggy, did they get the written report and everything sent to them?
I sent it out. I can't remember what day, or was it yesterday?
Okay. So I'll go through the land lease status, the funding update, expenditures, timetable, and see if you have any questions. I'm not sure the date when the permanent trust fund, which is why I'm here today to talk about your role in the permanent trust fund, was allocated the project, I think about 2016. 2018, just giving you a little background here. The DED grant with gaming was established. The Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise was going to be the developer and operator of the project. COVID-19 hit in 2021 of March. The discussions started about moving the project with gaming not showing any progress in 2021. And we started working on it related to the legislation being passed. So we completed the land withdrawal. There's a few things to be done related to environment and culture. In June of 2022, the legislation putting us in as the operating, meaning us, meaning the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, was passed in July of 2022. We had the land lease signed with DED in September of 2022. So that's kind of the legislative side of it and a little bit of the background. Funding updates, so we've got started with the work. There's three sources of funding on the total $22,505,000. The sales tax fund is $2,805,000. The SASN funds of $11,400,000, and then the permanent trust funds of $8.3 million total to that amount. We've received all of the DED sales tax fund. We received that money in December of 2022, which allowed us to get to work. The SASN funds we're still waiting from the controller's office a contract number to get those funds moving, and then we'll move on to drawing down on the permanent trust funds. Right after that, we're trying to keep everybody focused. It's hard enough to keep them moving and just have them focus on one grant at a time. But we don't expect any delays or anything that hold us up in getting it done. The expenditures to date are all related to architecture. I forget when Dyron Murphy, if you're familiar with him, is doing the architecture. And we've incurred this through the end of March, $50,000. I just got a bill on my phone today, so they're working away. They have quite a large team working on it to meet the time frame. Speaking of the time frame, so the president signed the legislation in August of 22. The lease was entered into on September 27th, 22. We got the money on December 12th, 2022, so to start, we can encumber expenditures. Architecture began in January of 23. So that's where the process we're at right now. We work on it every day. We expect May 23 is a big date. We expect to be 65% done with the architectural drawings. That allows the utility companies to get to work. We've been working with NTUA and Frontier at this point. Some unusual problems there with the utilities in relation to where they sit and lie and how important they are in that area, which I won't go into the details on. But we're talking to them every week and trying to keep the cost down on any relocation upgrade that needs to be done. July of this year, we're able to put it out to bid. We expect to have a groundbreaking ceremony in September of this year, in 23, once the general is selected and we get the site cleared. And it's, as you can see, it will be about a 14-month construction process. We expect to be open for business in November of 24. Everything is on track. We're moving. There's a lot of issues, small issues going up, but we are hoping to get something, really up in the air here in very short order. So that's my abbreviated report, but it hopefully is enough.
Committee members, do we have a motion and a second to accept the report?
I motion.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Chair Pro Tem / Vice Chair recognize a motion from Chair Parrish and a second from Delegate Hazard. Committee members, do we have questions or discussion with Mr. Sapp?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, I appreciate it. I really couldn't hear my sound on my end. The report, so I look forward to the written report from Mr. Sapp. In terms of Navajo Nation hospitality, now going to manage Shiprock and potentially Gouldings. What is the capacity of the hospitality enterprise in terms of moving forward? What are you planning, or could you position yourself to assist training local entrepreneurs to manage these establishments? Like, let's say how going to 3 years so that they could learn the hospitality business and how to manage a hotel. Is that something that Navajo Hospitality Enterprise has thought about, and what was some of the final outcomes? As we want to make sure that we're providing also opportunities for our local entrepreneurs, and it just right now it appears that we don't have the capital to be able to manage the current hotels. I've never really seen a Navajo Nation master plan when it comes to either tourism, hospitality, and how gaming will play a part in the future. Like, read about what they're doing in the Flagstaff area. And is there a plan in the future to have, like, a Navajo Nation experience where individuals are not going to, let's say, are you franchising with Quality Inn? And are we going to move towards, for example, like in Albuquerque, they have a whole set of hotels that are called heritage hotels, and really nice experience. They package, ironically, they bring people out here to Navajo Nation, but they're based in Albuquerque. And I just wanted to know, in terms of what you see in the future as we move out of the pandemic and the travel restrictions, and then what is the opportunity for tourism hospitality in the future? Navajo Nation and enterprises are involved, and I'm sure if you've been notified, but we are developing somewhat of a master plan to provide to the Department of Interior on what our economy will look like in the future as we transition off of a pure natural economy, and then what role does tourism play a part, and other enterprises way and tech, but I will for economic development, and I just want to see where your hospitality enterprise board has identified areas and what that looks like in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Crotty, it was a little choppy, so we have to ask you for clarification, but Mr. Sapp, you're recognized to respond.
Yeah, I got some of it. I'm sure I didn't get all of it. But the first part was related to getting Navajo entrepreneurs involved. Now, this is for me personally, not the hospitality enterprise. Some years ago, I had a 4-year contract, and we helped out the Wallapai tribe manage their own hotel, and that was part of the deal. We started 4 years later, we turned it over to them. So that's really the same kind of concept you're talking about. I've actually done this, not the hospitality enterprise, it's just me, with the Tohono O'odham tribe on a C-store fuel station down by Hawaii, Arizona. So yes, and by the way, it works. As long as you have enough time frame, it does work, and it can easily be done because it's usually training, all the training that needs to be done. I don't know about related to Shiprock, if that's what you're talking about with it being Navajo Nation funds, how that would work with private individuals. This may have been part of what you said. People are really looking for a one-stop place, one-stop shop. When they come to us, and we talk to tour operators all the time, mostly international, but many national, they want to experience Navajo, but they don't know what that means. And we have to tell them what it means. And what I say by that is how we incorporate in the entrepreneurs. We give them a place to stay at a hotel, but then they need to take a tour with the individual guides and guide service, whether that's at Antelope Canyon or up in Monument Valley, besides Canyon de Chelly. But that's what people want, and then we incorporate that into our network of entrepreneurs, which helps out. Regarding a master plan, we do have one we need to get out. Actually, I need to run it by Tony Scarlanis first, but it essentially lays out from our perspective, and that's what we do, is deal with the marketplace, the tourism corridors of 89, from Flagstaff up to Lachee chapter, and then out 160 through Tuba City. There's tremendous unsatisfied demand, we call it, meaning that people really want to stay there. There's just not enough places to stay. And once they stay there, you need to keep them multiple nights, and that means you need something for them to do. One of your questions related, can we handle, Goulding, Shiprock? My wife, actually, Cindy is her name, handles most of the Shiprock stuff. She's built 6 different hotels, 3 in Texas, 3 in Arizona. She's really good at it, so it's actually fairly easy for her. And the operation, once it gets going there, we're geared up for already. The same with Gouldings. We've been working on being ready to operate Gouldings now for over a year and staffed up accordingly. We weren't ready a year ago. We feel that we are now. Let's see, you had a question on franchising. We are developing our own brand. Right now we're talking with some advertising type people. It's a takeoff. It's not finalized, but essentially we're getting away from any franchised hotels and going to our brand, which should be a takeoff on that Navajo land name and coloration, that kind of thing. We'll see what the advertising people come up with on it, but something that ties it all together, that makes it local and authentic, and people identify with us. That Quality Inn franchise in Window Rock here is the last franchise we have, and that franchise is up this September 30th, 2023, by the way. So just a little side issue there. I'm not sure if I got the franchising. I think that's the questions I jotted down real quick. I'm sure I missed something.
Okay, committee members and Delegate Crotty, do a follow-up or clarification?
Pro Tem, since my signal copy, I'll just defer to the committee.
She said defer to the committee.
Those are good questions.
Delegate Begay?
No.
Delegate Parrish, or are statements off now? Okay. Can I ask one question? What is Monument Hospitality?
So we have offices in Glendale, that's where I live, and we get paid a management fee for the hospitality price, so I function as the CEO.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Committee members, we have a motion and a second from Delegate Parrish and from Delegate Azarick. Is there any further questions or discussion right now? Hearing none, Ms. Nelson, can you do a roll call for 7C?
Yes, Vice Chair will call the accepting the report. Mara Everett, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Mara Everett votes green. Honorable Norman M. Begay, how do you vote? Green. Thank you. Honorable Norman M. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardy, how do you vote?
Shadid Delegate Cruddy, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Cardy votes green. Honorable Shondine Parrish, how do you vote?
I vote red. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shondine Parrish votes red. Vice Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, 1 member excused. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Staff. Appreciate you staying here all day.
You're welcome.
Okay, item 7D, public safety, judicial facilities, ARA funds, corrective action plan. Presenter Dolores Gray Eyes, Director of Corrections, Division of Public Safety. Dr. Gray Eyes?
Hello, I'm on Zoom. Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yate Shea Dolores Gray Eyes in Shadow. 23 inch to Hanabash chain auto, but Anita's Chado, Nanatlas Hane Yadashanale. I am originally from the Black Mesa community near the former Peabody mining area, but reside in Kayenta, and I commute here to work in Window Rock. I work with public safety. I've been here for almost 20 years now, and this afternoon I have a report to the committee on the audit that I submitted a report on, and I emailed this to Peggy, and I believe that she emailed this out to you at the end of March, on March 27th. So that probably was sent out to you. I didn't resend it again, but this report is on audit number GR-60-15-015. The audit was completed in June of 2015 with 9 findings. And the corrective action plan that we did in conjunction with the Department of Justice was completed and approved in December of 2017. And since the approval of this CAP, the corrective action plan, 8 findings have been fully closed, leaving only finding number 9, which was partially closed on June 24th, 2021. The partial closure was accomplished when the Kayenta Correctional District was able to achieve an operation level of 65%. And that was part of the corrective action plan. The audit finding on Tuba City Correctional Facility remains open under finding number 9. The Tuba City District was unable to meet a threshold of full operation at 65%. And how this was achieved was that the Navajo Department of Corrections provided daily averages of admissions at both Kayenta and Tuba City Correctional Facilities from November 1st, 2020 to March 31st, 2021. There were other periods. The USDOJ took snapshots of different periods, and this was just one of them and the last one. So the unused bed determination was based on the daily averages of admissions and stays of individuals at the facility for more than 24 hours at these 2 facilities. The NDOC could not include numbers for anyone who stayed less than 24 hours at either of the 2 correctional facilities. The determination and use of the bed was made by BJA during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, when all the admissions into the correctional facilities were limited to prevent spread of the COVID-19. Attached to this report also is a copy of Doreen McPaul, former Attorney General's report to 24th Navajo Nation Council dated June 28th, 2021, and a letter from the United States Department of Justice dated June 10th, 2021, verifying the closure of the audit findings on the Kayenta Multi-Justice Center. Ms. Dory McPaul, former Attorney General's report, also provides a detailed history of the audit findings of GR 60 15-015 and closures of the findings 1 through 8 and partial closure of audit finding number 9. And this is attached to this memorandum as attachment 1. To address the Tuba City Correctional Facility audit finding, the BJA, Bureau of Justice Assistance, offered 2 options to close audit finding number 9. And I have attached that letter as attachment number 2. And the options pretty much, one is to repurpose 15 unused beds within the Tuba City Correctional Facility to address another criminal justice need. The NDOC would need to develop a plan for an alternative criminal justice need to use the 15 unused bed, and the plan will need approval by BJA. The second option that was provided by BJA was to reimburse BJA for 15 unused beds within the Tuba City Correctional Facility. And attached to this report is a calculation sheet by BJA if the nation chose to the repayment option of the $2.3 million, and that's as attached to this memorandum as attachment 3. I wanted just to point to you the calculation and how it was made. One of the things that we did was that we did question how the calculations were made, and whether BJA would stick with this, and as well let us know if partial payments can be made on this, like in a payment plan. But those questions had not been answered as of today's writing. A letter was sent to Ruby Quazelabush, the Deputy Director of BJA Office of Justice Programs, on March 24th, 2023, stating that the nation plans to repurpose the 15 beds within the Tuba City Correctional Facility. The Navajo DOC has completed a plan to repurpose the 15 unused beds to house inmates who are sentenced for more than 3 months to participate in a reentry program. This plan has been completed. It was reviewed by Navajo DOJ, as well as a consultant attorney that we had been working with. And this letter that was signed by President Nygren is also attached, and this is attachment 4. So pretty much at this point, we're waiting for a response to the March 24th, 23 letter, and so that we can submit our finalized plan for the reentry program. This concludes my report.
Chair, is there a motion to accept the
Second.
Okay, the chair recognizes a motion from Chair Parrish and a second from Delegate Azareth. Committee members, the floor is open for discussion and questions on 7D.
1.5. 3¼ vote.
This is the housing inmates who are removed from participating in the entry program. Second page. So what she's saying is that.
Questions?
Committee members, are there any further questions or discussion?
Nope.
Okay, hearing none, I just have one request. And on the reentry program, Dr. Gratz, could you, I guess, share some more information via letter or something like that to the committee, just to further expound upon that for our record?
Sure, the last question.
I'm making a request.
Okay,
Yeah.
there's a lot of background noise, so Delegate Slater, you're requesting maybe like a page summary of the reentry plan?
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that, not a problem. The packet is pretty much ready. It's a pretty thick packet with all the attachments and everything, but I'll go ahead and do a summary and send it out to your committee members.
Thank you, and then CCR advisor.
Okay.
Committee members, is there further questions or discussion?
Nope.
Hearing none, Ms. Nelson, can you please do a roll call vote for 7D?
Yes, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on accepting the report. Marta Asseret, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Marta Asseret votes green. Honorable Norman M. Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Norman M. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crowdy, how do you vote?
Delegate Cardi, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crowdy votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
Who was the last one?
Oh, I'm sorry. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Shantine Parrish, how do you vote?
Before I vote, I just want to say thank you to Delegate Norman Begay and Vice Chair Slater, and also to Ms. Nakai and Ms. Nelson for facilitating today's meeting. Thank you. I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Shantine Parrish votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, 1 member excused. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Okay, motion to recess.
So when?
Tomorrow.
You want to come back tomorrow? I'm busy.
We're not approved for tomorrow.
Yeah, we're not approved that.
Motion to adjourn.
She saw some,
Is there a second?
Second.
Chair recognizes a motion to adjourn from Delegate Begay and a second from Delegate Azra. At 3:46 p.m.
Safe travel back.
Committee members,
Green.
are there any opposed?
Have a great day.
Green frog.
We have a green from all committee members.
I vote green.
Delegate Crotty, do you vote green? Delegate Crotty, on the motion to adjourn.
Yes, green on the motion to adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you, Shima. Okay, we have affirmative green votes from delegates Begay, Crotty, Chair Parrish, and Delegate Azarette. And Delegate David's excused. And everyone keep up the good work you're doing.
Safe travel back.